Because the future should not belong to only a few. AI is for everyone.
Even across islands, we can build the future together.
Now that makes us much more ready for day two. Ooh, I'm excited for all the topics we'll be discussing today. To open our day two, our third plenary session of the AIFest 2026 turns to the people, the partnerships, and technologies that will carry AI forward here in the region and most definitely across the globe. Let's welcome the first speaker of the session.
He is a professor in the Department of Computer Engineering at Jeju National University. He received his PhD in engineering with a specialization in artificial intelligence from Yonsei University, Korea. Currently, he leads AI convergence education and industry academic cooperation as the director of the AI Convergence Institute and the director of the Research Institute of Information Science and Technology at Jeju National University. His research interests include artificial intelligence, machine learning, and energy AI. He has published a total of approximately 250 papers in prominent academic journals, including 200 SCIE index papers. Also, he achieved the distinction of being named one of the world's top 2% scientists by Stanford University from 2025. Furthermore, he contributes significantly to academic and educational advancement through authoring numerous IT textbooks and professional publications, including Energy AI. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for our speaker from Jeju National University as he speaks on cultivating sustainable local talent and industry-university collaboration in the AI era. Professor Yung-chul Byun.
Thank you for the introduction. Wow, it's really a gorgeous stage, and really, happy time to be here to share my kind of some knowledge and everything with all of you, especially in this kind of AI era, right? So thank you so much for your attending, and then 감사합니다 in Korean language. Okay, so. As you can see here, the topic, the title is Cultivating Sustainable Local AX Talent and Industry University Collaboration. This is a bit of a small trivial story about my experience and then some intuition from my teaching in my university. So my name is Yung-chul Byun, and I have been teaching already 24 years in my university, and then researching, especially AI, and then teaching this kind of subject. And also, I have been continuing the relationship with Illo more than 18 years. So happy, especially to be standing here. Okay, this is today's journey. So I'll be talking about intelligence first, because you can simply buy the intelligence nowadays, right? So if you have money, then you can. And also, I believe that maybe 1 year later or 2 years later, the price of the intelligence is going to be really, really cheap, more than 10 times as today. And the second one is in the AI era, so what talent development must consider, especially from the viewpoint of the professor at a university. And third one is our some AX talent cultivating program at Jeju National University. We are doing 5 AX talent cultivation program. Okay? And then finally, I will talk a little bit about our role in this super intelligence age. Okay, I'm working and then I'm researching and then teaching, especially with the keywords renewable energy, LLM, AI, and the knowledge and agentic AI as well. So maybe you can easily imagine what I'm doing for 24 years. Okay, so intelligence is everywhere, and then you can buy that one with some money. So how deep are you into LLMs nowadays? Maybe lots of you, right? And how long? So my case, all day long. And then I'm creating a document and then report, and especially managing knowledges every day. And then top of that, it's really, really fun, exciting to handle the knowledge for just whatever there is, and then especially using the agentic AI to do a lot of things in our daily life, researching and teaching and everything. Okay, so Korea is pouring lots of money into these areas. So to build AI highway and next generation tech, and then talent development. And me, as the director of the Center for AI Convergence, I'm doing 5 educational projects, as you can see at the right side. Sovereign AI Talent Program for graduate students. And second one, Advanced Industry AX Program for undergraduate. And then Youth Leap AX Program for the employed youth. And then fourth, AI Content Creator Program. Then finally, AX Program for employee workers. Okay, so this is interesting. So elephant came into a ceramic museum. So you can guess what will happen next, right? The elephant will destroy all the things, it's sure. So AI came to our real world, and then it's destroying all of our paradigm, everything, the way to think, the way to act, the way to research, the way to do everything. It's destroying the old way to do, right? And then some guy said that the elephant or the AI is a lazy Einstein or genius with amnesia. So it's great. It's really nice to do some kind of some work for you, but it's a little bit tricky to handle the AI. So for example, it can remember properly, and also it does nothing if you don't ask. And then it takes no responsibility for the answer. So we have to handle that lazy Einstein in proper way. Prompt engineering, and then context engineering, and also harnessed engineering nowadays. So maybe you are familiar with that keywords. And on top of that, we have to handle the knowledge itself. We have to turn the knowledge into asset. For what? For the agentic AI to produce the better the result outcomes. So for example, so you have to make all the thing into your hard drive, local computer, or any kind of storage. We call that RAG system. And next, we have to find some keywords and connect each other using some concept, and then link it together. We call that asset. Especially you can do it using LLM Wiki proposed by Andre capacity nowadays. And then we also can feed the knowledge into agentic AI so that we can get the really gorgeous result every day by the AI who understand my thoughts and then everything from my side. Okay, so I'm really obsessed with vibe coding for asset building nowadays. So it's really fun and then really nice for my future research. So for example, we first keep all the knowledge in Slack. Are you familiar with the Slack, right? Slack and Notion and Google Drive and everything. And then next we build the linked knowledge with Obsidian. It's really a nice tool to create the abstract level of knowledge. And then the agent use that knowledge for us, for writing the paper, finding the research topic. That is really good to do all the things in an automatic way for my students. Okay, so imagine that Einstein level agents are with us every day. It's really exciting. And then you can get a maximum, what you call that, some result from that kind of environment. Okay? And also, it will boost up our ability, our own capability. So it will raise the floor of the ability and then raise the ceiling of the ability. Democratize R&D capability for all of you. So you can do or level up your ability higher and higher when you use this kind of knowledge and agentic AI. So my daily work with LLM is that lab workflow automation using ERP and research proposal and reports, and then syllabus CQI reporting, and then lab ERP system development. We call that AI native lab or organization. So someday, not that long, maybe next year or the next year, I really hope all of you build this kind of AI native organization, and then also AI native, for example, Illo or AI native university that will level up your capability higher, too much higher, and then help all of teachers and professors for them to research in their expert area. Okay, so what talent development must consider be? As I said, intelligence is now a public goods, something you buy. And the role of expert should be totally changed. So what that means is that we can buy and purchase intelligence and knowledge in an easy way. So you don't need to, what I call that, study that kind of some intelligence in your domain or expert area to remember, to study or something like that. Don't do it. Just use the intelligence in AI system. However, we cannot understand that exactly if you do not try to understand. So understanding is up to us. So you have to do it by yourself. So the only the only bottleneck is understanding, we say. And then the expert should move from producing answers to judging answers produced by AI. And then the university tasks, they have to teach the student how to frame the problem and then evaluate AI-generated result with domestic expertise from the especially industry. Okay. It's a little bit dull, right? Okay, the students are using the LLMs nowadays so diligently, but the problem is that the way they use it, they just, we give assignment, we give homework, but they just give that homework to AI directly. And they got the report and everything in a really easy way, and then just give me. The problem is that the quality is really, really nice. So what disappears in this structure? They don't have any experience to be, stuck. There is no break. There is no barrier. They just can get the outcome in a really easy way, and they cannot explain it. And also, they don't have any chances to make decision. And also, they also cannot evaluate the result from the AI. So because that is what we asked them to do, the university education. So what about the industry? I believe that there are so many CEO or industry guys, right, from this or nationwide area. Okay, so it's really hard to find employee, and the students don't stay long. This is the problem in Korea nowadays. It's really, really difficult to find the proper, employee. There is two main issues. Okay, so you can see the two things at the right side, and then, the hire, the employee do not know the company's domain. They don't understand what the company is doing. They don't understand their business. So the students cannot be put to work right away. That's really big problem. So major related knowledge becomes a public goods. So what should we do? What should the university teach? So from teaching how to solve the problem to teaching how to define them, that is really important, I think. So students understanding the business and create value in industry domain. So that's the role of the university nowadays. So I defined 6 core components for future talent. The first one, problem definition. So all the students have to know how to define the problem. And second one, judgment and evaluation. They have to have the ability to evaluate the outcome from AI and system design. That's really important. And orchestrate AI agent in a proper way that will raise the student's ability in a high level. And the students have to know the domain understanding, of course, from the industry, and also including the basic principles and responsibility. That's really important factors, I believe. So, the program I'm doing in my university, and then we established the Center for AI Convergence, and I'm serving as a director of that organization in my university. And then we have been doing 5 talent development programs, as you can see here. As I told you before, graduate student sovereign AI talent, and undergraduate AI talent for Jeju industry, and then company commissioned AI talent and AI content creator program, and AIB 30 plus. It's meaning the age of the, what's called the trainee, more than 30. It's a specific, program for that kind of guys. And all of these programs are directly connected to Jeju industry. So for example, green hydrogen and energy, aerospace and clean bio, and agriculture and fishery, and tourism. Maybe I think it's similar to that of in Iloilo, right? And also, the current government, Jae-myung Lee, the president, defined that in a new way. However, that are totally together, similar together each other. The renewable energy, aerospace, advanced medicine, K-beauty, and food, tourism, leisure. So we call that growth engine in Jeju Island. Okay, this is the first one, but I'll be talking in a brief way. The Sovereign AI Talent Program for graduate students. This is, as you can guess from the name of program, this is for the graduate student program to build regional sovereign AI based on their the region's data and the region's infrastructure. And then there is 7 courses and 21 credit tracks on device AI, large language model, and advanced topics in AI, in sovereign AI and domestic specific LLM application, and AI convergence, capstone design, and field-tailored project, totally related to the company in that area. And then this is number 2, education for graduate, but we are doing more for factors. For example, company participating project and job seeking and AI diagnosis and consulting for that industry or companies. Okay, here is what companies gain. They can relieve 4 burdens: technology, hiring, data management, and financial burdens like that. And then there are some voices from the company's leader. They are really, really satisfied with this program. And second one is AX Talent Bootcamp for undergraduate. We're gonna, cultivate 900 trainee for 5 years in total, and 75 employment startup rate, and kind of this one. And then industry partnership strategy, close collaborations, and knowing the company is really important for the students. And then what you call this, company tasks as immersive project. And 6 benefit for the companies. And then third one is Youth Leap Boot Camp for unemployed youth, young guys. So we do joint collaboration with the company, and then operate together this program with the company, and then the student will have the field practice, and then finally employment. And there are 5 domains, 6 and plus a 6-week AXPBL problem-based program. So for beginner, for intermediate, advanced, or general education, society 1, 2. So altogether 14 courses, and then all the way to hiring. So that's the goal of this project. And the fourth, the content creator development program. So including higher school students, university students, and working professionals and small business owner. They can apply for this program, and then they just learn how to create the content for tourism nature, and then culture tradition, and then local food, and the local brand experience. And for example, AI short form video. Are you all familiar with this one, right? And then AI video, audio, text design, and AI product design, AI promotional designs. And the last one is practical AX training for working employee. So we're gonna cultivate altogether for 20 people, and then we call that giant program. G for AI productivity, T for data insight, and N for collaboration productivity, and S, AI agent and advanced AI. And the training that solves a company's real problems. As always I say, the main thing is the company, is the industry. That should be in the center. There are key indicators for that transformation. And then, as you can see here, we are having 5 programs at the right side, and the company, industry can select as they want. Okay, so important thing is the domain and their problem, the problem in the industry. That is necessary. So the university have to teach the student to learn how to handle it. And also we have co-curricular program to enhance this kind of educational effectiveness. Okay, so we have been doing this kind of international camp in Jeju National University. You know, Jeju Island is no visa area. So many students from, especially Philippines, so West Vijaya State University, and then De La Salle University, and then Ateneo University. 2 guys from at the camp at the last winter. And also, a week ago, we invited, or the Washington University, joined us program, and then they stayed 1 month, and then really did a good job. And then we hold Megathon 2026. They did this kind of project, Wasabi Smart Farm, and then integrated travel platform, and drone image inspection, and then optimal traffic signal control, and building management, and conversational LLM custom service. So continuously emphasizing on the industry project. Okay, so our role in this era of super intelligence, they say that we're gonna have AGI, artificial general intelligence, shortly, in a year, 2 years, or something like that. It's really, really fast. So AI is a game changer, right? And then AX, AI transformation, is every field of study. So we believe that the people, the students who use AI well, replace the people who do not. And then, Professor Jeremy Otley said that LLM is a colleague that supports your intellectual inquiries. Okay, mostly AI native organization is important. So based on this kind of utility, try, you also can do it. It's a lot of content on YouTube. It's really easy to build your own knowledge and agentic AI. Especially, you also can implement ERP system for your organization, because there are so many open sources for ERP system, and you can change it by using AI. You just load on it, and then you just can tell what you want, and that's it. Of course, you have to touch it a little bit, but it will give a lot of things to you for your organization. So this is my lab, AI lab, a lot of my research members. And then, as you can see here, there is 2 agents supporting the research activity for my students. For example, my student upload weekly material onto Slack, then instantly the agent will evaluate, review their research, and then put the note on the ERP system as well. And then this is the member of the Center for Convergence, Jeju National University. Also, we have 2 teams, and then there is 2 agents to help them. Of course, you have to organize your own knowledge, assets for your work, or for all of your work floor. Okay, here is the last message. So we have to redefine the talent in the university. So what kind of student we have to cultivate? And second one is that the students have to know how to frame problems, define problems, evaluate the outcome from the AI. Also, they have to understand the company's domain experience, domain knowledge, so that they can do their role in the region. For example, in Iloilo, in Jeju Island, for example. Okay, the finally important ability for the student is to orchestrate the agent, groups of agents for the organization, to achieve, to understand, to evaluate the all outcomes from the AI for our new AI era. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Yongcho Byun, for sharing your insights on cultivating sustainable local AI talent and strengthening industry-university collaboration in the AI era. At this point, we welcome our second plenary speaker for Session 3. She is a graduate of Aju University from the Republic of Korea, wherein she earned her PhD on Management Science and Operations Management in the same university. Her specific research areas are artificial intelligence, machine learning, applied statistics, technology, management, and simulation. Her doctoral dissertation was on quantum computing and autonomous electric vehicles integrated technology road mapping for the future mobility ecosystem. She also ventured into the academe back in 2023 as she taught topics on AI and machine learning, AI business application, software, business process management, statistical data analysis, marketing management, and digital media content creation and branding. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about AI-driven quantum computing and autonomous electric vehicles integrated technology road mapping for the future mobility ecosystem, please welcome Dr. Unju Cha.
Is it work? Is it work? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Unju Cha, and I'm from Aju University in South Korea. Have you ever heard this one? Maybe not. It's nearby the Seoul. Today, I'm really happy to here to present my research and introduce it to you guys. And so it's so honor for me. Today, I'm going to explain and introduce about the forecasting about technology. Before to start that, let's start from this question. Why is predicting the future is so much difficult? Of course, there are diverse reasons, isn't it? But I just mentioned three biggest issues. First, the technology has been changing, it's getting faster and faster. The second one is artificial intelligence already adopted in every almost industry or is going to adopting. And the last one is the technology is getting complex. These days, does not have to consider just one technology. If you want to develop one technology, it have to be considered diverse the other technology also. That's why it's getting difficult. And it makes to be future is uncertain. It is harder to predict about that. But even we are using AI, they couldn't give the right answer and right future solution. They just have the past data and they try to find the pattern from the previous data. And then they just give the suggestion for about the future scenario. So based on the past data as the evidence, they are trying to give the estimate for the future. So it is true that the AI is a powerful tool to understand the future, but it's analyzed about the past from the past data to estimate it. Here's my research title: Quantum Computing and Autonomous Electric Vehicles Integrated Technology Roadmap for the Future Mobility Ecosystem. I was curious when the quantum computing and autonomous electric vehicles are working together, how to changing for the mobility industry. That point, I was starting from that. So in my research, the main point is the changing. I try to find the way to logically and clearly. So I try to find the previous research because I want to get knowledge about that. But I couldn't find it. So that's why I started that. In my research, I use a diverse methodology and I try to use a qualitative and quantitative analysis that. As because for the qualitative research, it should be considered the macro environment. Of course, in here, there are so many policy makers and businessmen, diverse workplace in the industry area. So when we are working in there, depends on the money or depends on the government policy. Everything can be different for the direction. So as using the qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis, I try to improve the accuracy and try to cross-check about that. So to understand about this one, I try to study about what is these domains technology and what is the forecasting and what is the roadmap. And of course, what is the AI also. So as I follow that, I found that the technology trend and forecasting and future outlook. Here is the process to find the roadmap. And here is much more detail. Before I mention that, I used the qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis that. For the qualitative analysis is trying to understand the external environment, and for the quantitative is I try to identify which technology to be key and main one. To follow these steps, it can be find the integrated technology roadmap. Technology forecasting. It is a starting from these three questions. Where are we now? How can we get there? And where do we want to go? When we are going to travel, we have to know where am I stand and where we have to go, the purpose point. And is it, we have to check we are going to right direction or not. The forecasting is the same. We have to consider where am I stand and where should we consider for investment or strategy like that one. To find that, we need the data. Of course, we can use the diverse sources to make accuracy. Here is my research methods that to find the keyword pattern, especially identify keyword relationship and weak signal, association rule mining and weak signal detection I used. And to identify the technology structure can be analyzed about the clustering and visualizing as using these methodologies. AI-based technology forecasting. I think so many people already know about the RNN and LSTM. To analyze about the sequential data, it is a powerful tool as in AI methodologies. And to solve the long-term dependency, RNN LSTM is better than just the RNN. So that's why I use that. So as using the diverse data sources, I adapted for the qualitative analysis for news article, patent, and research papers. For the qualitative research, I read the reports from government or institutions. And I found the output and gathering together to make an integrated technology roadmap. When we are going to know about the technology, first we can check for the trend. Here is the annual count for the documents. It's also interesting. Between the 2018 and 2024, the quantum computing's interest was getting higher increase. What about the autonomous electric vehicle? A little bit different shape, isn't it? At the 2021, it was a peak the highest and then decreased again. So I can get the insight that during that period, we got the gap between the expectation and reality. So that's why it can be got the barrier and the limitation in the market field. After that, each domain have a different feature. So which keyword is important? So that's why I try to find the frequency for each keyword. The common driver was AI and semiconductor. And for the quantum computing, it's focused on the application. It's not just for the hardware part. And for the autonomous electric vehicle, we are checking the keyword. The charging and battery was important. And here is the association rule mining analysis research that between the two domains, this one is the most important point that semiconductor and AI. Between two domains, it can make a bridge. That keyword is AI and semiconductor. And for the quantum computing, it's a focus on ecosystem expansion, and AEB is trying to develop the system standardization. And here is it came in clustering that when I gather in the data, there are so many words, isn't it? So too easy to recognize our topic, I try to make a clusters about that. So there are 5 clusters. But it is not just important about each one. We have to think how to link which topic have to be considered to develop quantum computing and autonomous electric vehicle. So for the ecosystem, these 5 parts should be work together. Here is the detect weak signal analysis. The x-axis means the frequency and y-axis means increased rate. So the second quadrant is important as follow this research. Because nowadays the frequency even low, but the ratio, increased rate is higher than other keywords. It means we can think that these keywords are to be butterfly effect. Here is the RNN LSM analysis, but it is harder to recognize. So as using the k-mean clustering, it makes it be much more easier to visualize about that. In 2024, actually it was a past, isn't it? But I said there is a predict because I already have the 2024 data and I was comparing about between the results. The accuracy was much higher. So it means we can make a reason for the other period also. So for these it can be divided these 5 topics for 2024 and 2027 and 2030. It can be interpreted that two sides. First one is application. First of all, in the 2024, they are focused on the security part. And after that, they're going to interest about how to control and autonomy optimization. And the last period, we are going to interest about operation and service-oriented platform. And structure is also going to similar. At the first time, the component independently, integratedly developed. After that, we are going to interest about the function. And the last period, we can be interested about intelligence quantum brain. Here is the service capacity planning result. This one is a kind of qualitative analysis result. There are 4 sections that trigger issue or business market driver and capability to meet the driver and technology develops. So there are the different issues between the short term or long term. So as time passing, maybe it might be happen such like that issue in this period. So as we can see, we can be think which key technology have to be considered in the market or in terms of the company, which keyword, which technology should be invested there. This one is the final result. As follow previous result because of this one. To meet without a handle or without a pedal, how can we make such like that vehicle? When we want to make such like that vehicle, we have to be consider the other technologies. So I made that the mapping about that one. So it can be separate section as the 5 connected, encryption, AI, semiconductor, and mobility. In terms of the mobility part, it should be considered 3 sections: vehicle, system, battery. And then we can be think how 2 keywords can be make a link and how can be work together and how can be effective to each other. So as we can see, the technology roadmap, we can be recognized about that one. First, we should think about infrastructure established. After that, the functional convergence and final steps. So, why this research is important? First, of course, this research, as you can see, the research title, the quantum computing and autonomous electric vehicle, it makes to be innovation in the mobility system. The key factor was AI and semiconductor because it has so much importance in both domains. The major trend from this technology, the sustainability and efficient energy management. So nowadays, in the globally, how we have to be think about the sustainability and how to find the effective way to managing the energy one. This research can be contribute many areas that for the supply chain, it can be positively for fully autonomous supply chain, and it also fundamental change expected. So it means that we are not just to consider only device vehicle. From the manufacturer part and customer mind, everything we have to be considered that. For example, for the electric vehicle, nowadays we can easy to see it, isn't it? But depends on the person, we have a different mind about the electric vehicle. Some of the guys is so effective and it's so great to use that in nowadays. But the other people said, no, it's still dangerous. Like that, we have to be consider all of ecosystem to analyze about technology roadmap. And for the economic part, we need efficiency. So as using that, we can be think which part have to be invested for the government or the company. And for the academically, it contributes to that because it's a conference analyzes that qualitative and quantitative. And most of the researchers, they are just treat the patent data. But in my research, it also treat the qualitative analysis also, and news article and research article also. At industrial area, we should define the strategy to invest the R&D section. And for the policy part, we need evidences that when we are going to and defining the policy way and which one have to be need that. We need evidence. So evidence-based technology policy and economic development. So the future is uncertain and we have to think about that. But it is not enough. We have to be prepared what we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Unju Cha, for that fascinating look into AI-driven quantum computing and autonomous electric vehicles and what it means for the future of mobility.
What a fantastic opening to day 2. At this juncture, once again, we are now opening the floor to questions from our dear audience. I'm very sure that because of that comprehensive presentations, you have perhaps some questions on your mind. Please feel free to ask those questions, whether to Professor Young-Chul Byun or Dr. Yoon-Ju Cha. This is your opportunity to ask questions. We have a microphone over there. So if you have any questions, please do raise your hand. We can only accommodate 1 to 2 questions for the interest of time. Thank you very much. While waiting, here is a question from us. This is directed to Professor Young-Chul Byun. Professor, how can government, academia, and industry work together to cultivate sustainable local AI transformation talent capable of supporting emerging fields such as quantum computing, autonomous electric vehicles, and intelligent mobility systems?
Okay. I'm not sure I understand exactly what the guys asked it, but maybe the government, right? The government is separated the nation into totally 8 regions and accepting this whole area, and then they just try to define the region-based industry according to their the condition and everything. And then the Jeju Island, for example, Jeju Island are spontaneously defined by themselves. So what industry is for us for future? And then we suggest the industry and the government, what you call that, the accept, and then provide the fund. And then including, as I told you, aerospace and bio, clean bio, and energy, something like that. And then for what's called that, enhancing that kind of industry, the main thing is human being, right? The person, the AX talent, AI transformation talent, and then the university is the center of that functions. So the government, Korean government, is really emphasizing the role of university is really important for the regions, and they have to build the program and everything based on the industry company needs. So we have to accept all of the motivation from the industry first, and then change the curriculum and everything, the program, and then that's the way to cooperate with the industry, and the way to build some sustainable system for the region.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, any more questions from our delegates? There you go. Yes, ma'am. The microphone, please. Kindly state your name, your affiliation, and to whom are you directing your question, and of course your question, please.
I am Grace Edmar Elizar Del Prado from ISAT University. I'd like to address my question to the first speaker, Professor. You mentioned public good. A characteristic of a public good is that it is non-excludable, non-rivalrous. And I don't see that AI is that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So your question is the AI cannot what you call this so for the generated contents we cannot understand, or can you give more explanation about the question?
A public good has a characteristic of being non-excludable, meaning no one can be excluded. So if it is being used by one, it is not being reduced so that others can still continue using it. And the other one is non-rivalrous, so it will not decrease in quantity. But AI is a private commodity, meaning we buy it. It is a commodity that you buy in the market. So if we buy, it reduces in quantity. It will not be in quantity. Yes, meaning if the Philippines has AI, if let's say in one region, let's say in Iloilo, we have AI, we do not mean to say that the rural areas have AI. So that is my problem with looking at it as a public good, because it should be like a highway. You have a highway. So when one uses the highway, it doesn't decrease in quantity. Others can still use that highway. Even if they are not buying that highway, there is that idea of free riding. I don't know if I am getting that across, because in the country, maybe Manila has already that AI capability, but in Tawi-Tawi, part of Mindanao, this is really very backward. It may not be able to have that kind of public good. So, in the concept of economics, we have a private good which I can buy. Let's say this one, I buy this one, I enjoy. But because others were not able to buy this one, they were not able to enjoy. That's the meaning of a private good. But the public good is, even if I am not buying this one, I can still enjoy that commodity. So I don't know how AI can be a public good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. It's really important question, and so we at that point we have to solve together. For example, it's okay. So I told that it's a public goods, right? Not private goods. The public goods means all, especially the city or the province or the nation, will establish the what's called infrastructure for AI and everything for their people, for the citizens. And then, for example, Mindanao or the rural area, the people don't need to pay attention for their specific things. I believe that the government, the local government, the province will try to solve that issue by themselves. And what you call this? AI is kind of some technology for everyone. So not just like the private goods. This is not only for the private people. This is really good tools like infrastructure for all of the people. And then, can you heard about that one? So when there is really big change, so are you, agree on that point? Because this is AI age. So I believe that there has been so big change. And then when there are big change, then the words, dreams, also comes to us. I mean, there are so many in Korea and in Philippines and rural area, and so a lot of gap in wealth or something like that. Then, but the AI, I believe that can solve that kind of issue. And then for the CEO of the industry or the private people in the rural area, because without AI, there are so big change. But using the AI as infrastructure, the gap will be disappears, I believe. And that all the policy and the program depends on the leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. Thank you, Professor. We will entertain one last question from our audience. Sir, please state your name, your affiliation, and to whom you are directing your question, and your question, please.
Hello. Hi, I am Dante Gahelonia from the Probe Media Foundation. I'm a science communications consultant for DOSTP Shared. My question is for Dr. Cha.
Doctor, you have a question here?
Hi.
Okay, sorry.
Good morning. I'm Dante from the Probe Media Foundation. I'm a science comms consultant for DOSTP Shared. I have two questions. The first is, your research, is there a way to transplant it to other countries, other contexts, like for instance, the Philippines? Because I'm curious about how to make that sort of research applicable, not just for academics in Korea, for instance, not just Ajo University, but also here. And is there a way for us to make that also accessible to lay people and really make it easier to disseminate to the public, to policymakers, and also to anyone else who might be interested in the research in quantum computing, and especially in mobility, because mobility is a very big issue, especially for us. We have traffic everywhere. So that's something I'm interested in, and I would like to hear maybe your thoughts on how we can get that across to more people, especially here.
Yeah, actually, in terms of my research, the news articles as use the Korean data, but if you want to analyze about the Philippine issue, it can be changing the data from that and just using the same code and make the same formation. After that, you can get the research and analyze about that. You can find the key point about from there.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sir, does that satisfy your question? Okay, thank you, and thank you, doctor. Thank you very much. And now, this is the opportunity for us to, of course, give our certificates of appreciation to our plenary speakers for making our plenary session 3 truly fruitful and prolific. Now, the certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Professor Yung Chul Bune for sharing his time and expertise as a plenary speaker and for delivering the presentation entitled Cultivating Sustainable Local AX Talent and Industry University Collaboration in the AI Era during the 2026 AIFest Technical Conference held as part of the 2026 AIFest with the theme Building an AI-Ready Future Together, held on August the 4th, 2026 at the Iloilo Convention Center. Signed by Regional Director, DOST Western Visayas, Rowan R. Hilonga CHE CESO 2 and SUC President 3 and Regional Chairperson of RASUC 6, Dr. Lilian Diana B. Pareño.
To award the certificates of appreciation, we call on stage Dr. Maureen Neti N. Linan, Co-Chair AI Technical Conference, Iloilo Science and Technology University, and also Dr. May Rose Suerte, Assistant Regional Director for Finance and Administrative Services, DOST Western Visayas.
Same certificate is given to Dr. Unju Cha. Let's give our speakers a warm round of applause, everyone. Thank you for your time and for gracing our AI Fest 2026. Once again, thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. And with that, our first session of the day comes so close, but fret not because there's still more to come. As powerful as AI is, it's only good as the values that guides it. Our fourth plenary session turns to a question that matters just as much as innovation itself. How do we govern this technology responsibly? And more importantly, how do we keep the human at the center of it all? Let's welcome the first speaker of this session.
Our first speaker for Plenary Session 4 is a lawyer and digital policy leader who has helped shape both Philippine and global policy conversations on inclusive, ethical technology. Nationally, she served as DICT Undersecretary for ICT Industry Development from 2022 to 2025, advancing policies and programs that strengthened the startup ecosystem and expanded opportunities for digital freelancers, digital nomads, and countryside tech communities. Internationally, she served as the Philippine Counselor to the International Telecommunication Union, or ITU, from 2022 to 2025, and is a Digital Innovation Board member of the ITU Innovation and Entrepreneurship Alliance for Digital Development, bringing Philippine priorities into global discussions on ethical and inclusive technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Digital Innovation Board member of the ITU Innovation and Entrepreneurship Alliance for Digital Development, Attorney Josel Batapasige.
Madamo gid nga salamat. Maayong aga sa inyo tanan. That's not AI, that's my native dialect. Because I am a very, very proud Ilongga. So once again, madamo gid nga salamat for inviting me here. It's such an honor to be speaking after Dr. Cha and Dr. Bune. No? I'm the first Filipino speaker for the day, aside from the MC. So I'm very, very honored to speak before you. As introduced, I am part of the ITU. It was my honor to represent the Philippines for 33 months at the ITU Council, the oldest UN nation arm for ICTs. Currently, just to take the cue from the two presentations, I'm also the legal advisor of the Philippine Quantum Computing Society. We have a convention in November, and also the Internet of Things conference. We also have a conference in November. So I just would like to mention that. And I really appreciate the presentation, but I'd like to also start with some sort of a stimulus for everyone here, especially my fellow Ilonggos. Do you know how many percent of GDP is Korea investing for research and development? Anyone? It's almost 5% of their GDP. They are the largest country investing in GDP. Do you know how much is the Philippines investing? How many percent of GDP? And that's under the DOST? It's not even 1%. It's only 0.6% for R&D. And last year, Vietnam also raised their investments to 2 or 3%, as well as Malaysia. In our case, we are ambitioning and praying that the Philippines will invest at least 1% in R&D. So I think that answers a lot of questions earlier. But today, my goal is to really share with you my lens. My lens is policy. A lot of things actually are covered by policy. If you look at the ITU Innovation Ecosystem pillar, the first pillar is really vision, and the second pillar is policy. Because market, talent, infrastructure, even culture stems from out of policy. So today, I'd like you all to be the first one to listen to this lecture. This is probably my 300th plus lecture in my 2 decades of being a digital advocate. But this is the first time I'm talking about a term. Maybe it's not me who originally coined it, but when I heard that AI will disrupt software, even hardware, even middleware, I realized the thing that will never be disrupted is humanware. I think this is a wrong slide. Can we go? This slide actually was yesterday. Okay, the title of my slide is Humanware. But while we are fixing our correct slide, excuse me, can we pause? Sige. Actually, the cover of my slide is Humanware, but the video that I'd like to show is correct. So before I discuss Humanware, and while we're fixing my slide, I'd like to share with you a video. This is 7 minutes, so I'm sacrificing 7 minutes of my 20 minutes. A video which was part of our training in the ITU Academy. Actually today, dalawa po kami rito, yung trained by ITU Academy. I'm trained in Brazil, and Derek Adel, the second speaker, is trained in Bangkok. The ITU Academy trained us for AI governance for 5 days to learn how to create policies, standards, principles, laws, regulation, and a lot of strategies governing AI. So here is one of our videos that was shared with us by our professors, particularly Mimi Stankovic, the professor for ITU Academy. Let's concentrate on the video, and you tell me what you think later on, after, or during the Q&A. Roll, please.
Inclusive governance, shared prosperity. In 2035, a partnership emerges between humans and AI, consciously driven by trust, transparency, and a commitment to building AI systems as safe and reliable as today's air travel. It began with bold policy, global collaboration, and a focus on the collective good. Leaders prioritized human-centric AI, reflecting our values: human rights, fairness, safety, and sustainability. AI became an extension of ourselves, empowering us personally and profoundly. AI doesn't just help, it empowers. It listens to needs and respects choices. Globally, even where resources are scarce, AI seamlessly integrates into daily life. AI isn't just about technology, it's about inclusion. It supports emerging economies with translators and educators, ensuring systems work in every cultural context, raising living standards everywhere. Communities unite, empowered by AI to challenge misinformation and enhance civic engagement. AI is a tool of shared prosperity, aiding small business owners, scientists, and families, supporting their decisions with care and accuracy. This transformation wasn't accidental. It resulted from thoughtful regulation, global cooperation, and purpose. This is AI done right, for humans and by humans, helping us build a future that's inclusive, sustainable, and truly human-centered.
Cautious and controlled. In 2035, AI is tightly regulated. A few powerful nations and companies set the rules. These regulations ensure safety, but also hinder equitable access to cutting-edge AI. AI has become a luxury. AI talent, companies, and capital are concentrated in a few rich regions. While AI is reliable and efficient, it comes at a high price. Regulatory burdens and high computing costs mean that AI is available only to those who can afford it. Affluent countries and the largest corporations have set up rules designed to prevent harm in ways that suit their vested interests. Smaller businesses, as well as emerging and developing countries, struggle to compete, and they are often forced to rely on big AI firms that dominate the market. For those left out, the gap grows wider. AI systems extract data from poorer regions to refine their services. Yet those same populations face trade restrictions and strict controls under the guise of safety and responsibility standards. This is AI in a world where regulation, designed to protect, only protects the interests of the powerful.
Fast and Furious. In 2035, the world is inundated with low-cost AI accessible to everyone. It promises convenience, but without oversight, AI cannot be trusted and is often misused or malfunctions in harmful ways. Small businesses benefit from AI automating tasks like accounting and management, but untrustworthy tools lead to costly errors. AI coding assistants make programming accessible, but sometimes introduce errors into code, causing widespread failures. AI generated content floods the market, built on stolen work from countless creators, even mimicking their voices and faces. Women in particular face privacy violations and cyber harassment. While AI aims to upskill and empower workers, bossware monitors every move, tracking keystrokes, measuring breaks, and analyzing facial expressions. Behind the scenes, ghost workers toil, unseen and underpaid, cleaning data to feed endlessly hungry AI systems. AI assistants, intended to personalize experiences, become echo chambers. Critical thinking diminishes as they confirm existing beliefs. Rogue states use AI to spread disinformation, further dividing communities. This is the reality of unchecked AI, fast, furious, and flawed.
Breakthroughs backfire. In 2035, The race for AI dominance leads to chilling outcomes. Governments hastily build powerful AI systems, cutting corners on safety and ethics. Borders tighten around knowledge sharing as AI becomes a matter of national security. Initially, AI augmented our work, but soon AI agents outperform humans not just in factories or call centers, but in fields, offices, studios, and labs. Workers are left behind while some elites prosper. Billions lose jobs without safety nets. Society fractures. Some fall into extremist movements. Others become lost in AI-driven entertainment loops. As people lose purpose, trust in each other and in governments erodes. Authoritarian regimes use AI as a tool of control. Every action is monitored. Punishment is swift and automated. Even in democracies, citizens feel controlled by AI. Rogue actors release autonomous AI to conduct cyber attacks. These AIs self-replicate, wreaking havoc in digital and physical worlds beyond their creators' control. Chaos escalates when terrorists use AI to create and release biological weapons, causing massive casualties. AI was supposed to bring progress. But in this future, breakthroughs have backfired, leaving the world more dangerous than ever.
All right, so those are the 4 scenarios. Which one would you like to happen? Co-pilot, supercharged, breakthroughs that backfire, fast and furious, inclusive. I heard somebody question earlier about inclusion. That's one of the main principles of AI governance, inclusivity. Which one of these scenarios would you like for the Philippines to have or for Western Visayas to have? The answer is not only in our hands. Each of us may be sitting in this hall doing our job, but most of the answers will be on the hands of our policymakers, of our regulators, of those strategists who help create innovation by leveraging on AI, but at the same time, looking at the risks. All of this will have to be governed. As an AI governance advocate, and everyone here who has this advocacy, AI governance is not just what is passed in Congress. It's just one of the 3 major classifications of AI governance tools. Some of it can be principles and frameworks. Some of it can be standards and assessments. We have here somebody who represents us at ISO. That's my friend Derek. We're also participating in standards. Some of it can be ordinances and laws. And I have a good news for you. Earlier, you saw my slide from yesterday. It was in the other room on the 2nd floor. And I hope some of you watched or listened to my talk. I want to take this opportunity in this bigger stage to congratulate Western Visayas. Because Western Visayas, Region 6, is the first region in the Philippines to have a responsible AI governance and ethics policy. Palakpakan ta ang Western Visayas. It was officially turned over by RDC Chair, Governor Miraflores, and RD Rowan Hilonga, who is a very dynamic regional director, I would have to say, sana all. Diba? You have actually finished, together with about 40 stakeholders, schools, universities, departments of government and industry, your own AI governance and ethics policy in Western Visayas. And I hope that it becomes an example for other regions to follow. Now, to the video that you saw, today, as I have mentioned, I want to share with you, I can deliver a technical talk just like yesterday, but today I want it to be more inspiring. Kapoy na ta. Diba? Mga Ilonggo lang nakaintindi sa word nga kapoy. Because we keep on listening to a lot of promises, a lot of big plans, lofty plans. But the point is, do we really need to wait for others, for other institutions, for even our leaders to move for us? Or we can all move synchronously, together, to say that the Philippines will be ready in humanware. We don't have the trillions that Korea has invested for R&D and other big countries are investing for R&D, but we have the biggest wealth in this planet. That's over 60 million Filipinos comprising our digital workforce. And we are now, for the information of those who doesn't know, we are now in our demographic dividend. The Philippine population now has a population of more working age, 60+% of working age. But that demographic dividend will close. By 2028 onwards, up to 2040, we will start our aging process. Tatanda rin tayo. By 2050, our 7% senior citizens will become 14%. We will have a population that's also growing in age. But today, I'm proud to say, our median age is 25. Batang-bata pa. Just like my family name, bata pa. Diba? And we cannot throw away this chance. We cannot. We only have 3 years. We only have 6 years to move. That's why I am here to really inspire even our government leaders who are here. I know many of you are not elected but appointed, but you are also anointed. You are anointed to help this country. So now let's talk about humanware. Humanware is all about driving innovation from an ethical governance standpoint for jobs, growth, and competitive advantage. All right, so I think I have the clicker here. So, I'd like to share that our central proposition here is not only about AI adoption, it's also about innovating and managing the risk in AI. Just simple set of figures to show to you that jobs posting now require AI skills. It's growing much faster than broader labor market, and that positions requiring AI skills carry a substantial wage premium. Kailangan po natin ng mas malaki pang mga sahod. Unlike the other jobs that we now have, we need to also elevate our work quality. The new economic advantage lies in combining technology, domain expertise, judgment, communication, and organizational capability. Hardware creates technical capacity, but software creates what we call functionality. But overall, humanware determines whether we will actually thrive in this day and age. Right, so what is humanware? Humanware is the human and institutional infrastructure for innovation. Di ba ngayon nauso ang term na infra? Bakit ang daming infra projects? Puro masaya yung infrastructure programs, no? But there's another infrastructure that we need to help. It is the human infrastructure. The four interconnected dimension. First, the capability, the skills, judgment, creativity, and adaptability, and the capacity to learn continuously. To all the members of the academe here, I know you will agree with me when I say that intelligence is not only what you know, but how fast you can learn, relearn, and unlearn. The third is institutions. Do we have institutions that can carry and build the humanware? Leadership, governance, accountability, operational discipline, and the ability to manage risk. The fourth is the ecosystem. Do we have an ecosystem in Iloilo, or in Bacolod, or in Cebu that can sustain collaboration among government, academe, industry, communities, and civil society? Or after this AIFest, we forget the value of collaboration. Today, we are here because of collaboration. We have to know that a highly skilled person operating inside a weak institution may still produce outcomes. Why are we always blaming the Filipinos for being weak? Why are we not also asking the question whether we have strong ecosystems? Why would we always put the blame on a Filipino who's struggling to just aspire for his or her dream? Congratulations, Alex. The governance actually anchor here shows a ranking at the CAIDP, the Center for AI Development and Policy. So it is important that we learn humanware. The Philippines is at inflection point. We have the NAIS strategy of the DOST and other policies of different departments, but we need to put them together for AI governance to work. We have at least 50 plus bills in Congress, but this is the congressional part. Yesterday, we learned that even with laws, we need implementers on the ground. Do you think our law will fly if every region does not know what it is? It is important that we create a structure which is aligned with international documents and aligned with the international materials. Strategy is not the same as implementation. We need to have implementation capacity. The country still lacks a comprehensive national AI governance covering all sectors. But I'm proud to say that Iloilo, Western Visayas has one. I'm part of the technical working group creating responsible AI framework for law schools under the Legal Education Board. We will also be releasing our AI governance for legal education. And I know many professionals are creating their own AI governance. So we need to understand that if we don't move, there will be displacement. If we have fast adoption, but then again, we have also we are slow in terms of embracing AI skilling, it will actually disrupt a lot of jobs, although it promises to create new ones. The more technically accurate answer whether AI will disrupt jobs is that AI changes the composition of work. There will be automation. We need Filipinos to work in this area, to work side by side with AI and machines. There is augmentation. We have AI professionals here who think that AI is not just for personal consumption. We need to use AI to build tools. Even for your own household budgeting, you can create tools using AI and not just, dance and generate videos from out of AI. The World Economic Forum figure shows that substantial labor market restructuring by 2030 includes job creation and displacement. The policy need is very, very clear. We need to put our acts together to embrace these changes. The human skill premium, don't need to emphasize this, but we all know that when you have AI skills, you have better chances at being hired and at getting a bigger salary. But aside from skills, what else do we need? We need the humanware. We need leadership. We need creativity. We need communication, ethical reasoning, and verification. Hindi yung naniniwala na lang tayo sa lahat. We need critical thinking and quality control. AI can generate answer, but it cannot automatically check whether the answers are correct. Very briefly, I would like to also emphasize that humanware is an economic strategy. If there is ever an investment that this country can put that will really yield a lot of results, it's actually investing in the human resource, the human talent. We need humanware approach to increase our economic strategy. In the Atlas complexity of economy, the Philippines has a very low complexity compared to other countries. We need to build skills that can create piaya and bizcocho and complex products such as maybe nanotechnology and an aircraft, something like that. Because the technical know-how of a country is immediately, equivalent to its economic progress. So, Ethical AI governance is also very important. This was the question earlier. Ethical AI governance is also an economic infrastructure. Hindi lang yung puro tayo AI, but we don't really see the ethical value or the AI governance or the importance of AI governance here. AI use is already widespread and expectations of benefits are high, but willingness to trust AI is much lower. When we build trust, we can have more people taking a look at and exploring the benefits of AI. So this includes human oversight, transparency, accountability, contestability, security, correction, and redress. So it's important that we look at the risk base and life cycle of the governance. Because of limited time, I'm just leaving this to you, the picture. The AI governance framework of Western Visayas actually classifies risks from low risk to medium risk to high risk. And it's a living document. Hindi po yan one-shot deal. If you want a copy, just take the QR code at the end of my presentation, which is coming right up. This is my own model. I started this when I was undersecretary at the DICT. Now it became a personal model. For me, when I use AI, I ask myself, is it ethical? Is it understandable? Is it responsible use? Is it equitable or fair? Everyone knows how it's being done. Knowledge base, data in, data out. Data feeds on, AI feeds on data. We have GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. We need to have more data scientists. If you ask me, that's the jobs that's gonna be really in demand. And then, of course, we ask the last question. Is somebody accountable for the AI framework? And so, humanware is also for workers. I don't know. My Giselle AI, by the way, I have a Giselle AI, just generated Sparta. I think this is also the OSTs. So there was a program in the past which really trained a lot of Filipinos on data analytics. So we need to take a look at AI literacy, public school AI literacy, and civil service AI training. Let's also train our government workers. Okay, I'm asked to wrap up, so I'll just show you the remaining slides. Okay, humanware is also for institutions. Procurement. Dapat i-change din natin how we actually procure things because it's not all about software. A lot of people are saying we all need connectivity to have AI, but connectivity is not the only thing we need. We also need humans in that whole picture. So inclusion is important. These are the things, or these are the sectors I'm helping. If you want to get in touch with me, I want to create more inclusive space in AI and emerging technologies for countryside, for women, girls, youth, MSMEs, and PWD. Last month, the world already gathered in Palexpo, Geneva, to talk about AI governance. 194 countries attended. And I'm proud to say that out of 3,000 side events, my side event, which is digital inclusion in the age of AI, for women and the youth, I think was the only Filipino side event that was approved and was aired at the sidelines of the Palexpo Geneva conference, where the world saw. So you see that we cannot exclude, tama si ma'am, we cannot exclude women. All right, so I'd like to just mention, this is my 20 years of life work, magic. Making academe, government, industry collaborate. Dinagdagan ko po ng community. I spoke about magic in 25 countries around the world, and many of them have already also adopted magic. We cannot work in silos. Government cannot do it alone. Industry cannot do it alone. Academe cannot do it alone. You ask the questions here, maybe you can ask the questions in the magic table. We need to come together and have this magic. All right, so next. Okay, this is what success will look like. Job, skills, enterprise, governance, rights, and trust. This is the equivalent of humanware. It's not just technology. It's not just flying cars or AI jackets. It's all about humans succeeding in the age of AI. So build the humanware. This is my last call. Invest in people. Govern responsibly. Build ecosystems. We have no supermans in this planet. We are all super ecosystems. We need to come together and create that strength that only a bayanihan, that only coming together can produce. And so this is my last slide. This will lead you to Giselle AI, and this will lead you to the copy of the Western Visayas AI Governance Framework. If you want to read more, if you want to share it with other regions, please feel free to do so. Maraming salamat. Madamo nga salamat.
Thank you so much, Attorney Josel Batapasige, for sharing how ethical AI governance can build humanware for an innovation-driven Philippine economy. Our second speaker for this session reminds us that no matter how far AI advances, creativity remains as a gift that connects all humans. He is a veteran Filipino film programmer, educator, and writer with over 30 years of experience in Philippine cinema. He played a key role in developing the country's independent film industry through his work at the Experimental Cinema of the Philippines and the Cultural Center of the Philippines, or CCP, where he helped establish alternative cinema networks, manage the Gawad CCP para sa alternatibong pelikula at video, and co-founded the Cinemalaya Philippine Independent Film Festival. Internationally, he has served as a jury member for prestigious film festivals, including the Berlin International Film Festival, Busan International Film Festival, and International Documentary Film Festival Amsterdam. He is also a two-time Palanca Award-winning playwright, published author, and recipient of an Asian Public Intellectuals Fellowship and a Film Festival Management Scholarship in Germany. Currently, he teaches at the University of the Philippines De La Salle University and De La Salle College of St. Benilde, focusing on Southeast Asian cinema, film festival management, and AI in media and creative industries. In 2024, he received the keys to the city of Manila for his leadership of the Manila Film Festival. And in 2025 to 2026, his AI-assisted experimental art and films were featured in the exhibition Studies for the Future. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former head of the Cultural Center of the Philippines, Media Arts Division and faculty member of the UP Film Institute and DLSU Communication Arts, Professor Edward Pasiano Cabagnot.
Good morning, everybody. Are you still with me? I can't hear you, folks. Okay, please wake up. Because I'm 73 years old and I have self-esteem issues. If nobody listens to me, magtatampo ako. But anyway, it's a great honor and a pleasure to be here. Iloilo has always had a very strong place in my heart. And I consider this city to be one of the most progressive cities in the Philippines. The first time I arrived here was one of the very first workshops of the Cultural Center of the Philippines Film Division. I was here in August 1990. I started when I was a child. No, I'm just joking. So my goal here is really just to step back. All of you are AI experts. You're fellow nerds. So I'm not talking in front of a hostile crowd because I'm telling you, in the field of cinema, there's so many people who still don't understand what artificial intelligence is. By the way, are you still with me? My presentation is very short. I only have 94 slides. So you need to help me by telling me, paspas, Sir Ed. But before that, thank you very much for the organizers. Amazing DOST work. So let's do it now. My topic is AI and what it still means to be human. Okay, so it's here. Okay. Do you know these guys? So welcome, fellow fellow AI explorers, palakpak naman kayo! Okay. Do you know who they are? Okay, this is what I made this about 4 years ago for our friends from Korea. These are our national heroes. And of course, if you are playing with AI, the first thing you play with is your culture. So, just 4 years ago, guys, imagine 4 years ago, this was my life. I'm teaching in 3 schools, the University of the Philippines, De La Salle University, and the College of St. Benilde. You cannot read this, it's small, but let me just explain. On this side, our chairperson 4 years ago said, if you catch any of our students using Chat GPT, automatic dismissal. On this side, the blue one, right after I received that, this was from the University of the Philippines, and it said, hi Ed, oh, I see your AI experiments. Can you design a program for AI and the arts? So what am I saying? 2 leading academic institutions, 2 diverse, diametrically opposed opinions about AI. Fast forward to today, palakpak naman kayo, dude. Okay? But, having said that, despite our current celebration, AI continues to be a controversial and divisive issue. Yes or no? I can't hear you. Yes. So, why the hate? I'll give you 3 reasons. AI is a creature of many faces. When people try to confront me, Edward, why are you teaching all these kids AI? The first thing I'm going to ask, what AI are you talking about? I'm going to give you a copy of my PowerPoint. I'm just trying to show you that AI is not just one thing. It is a universe of its own, all the way from developers, policymakers, etc., etc. So, if you're going to complain about AI, just tell me, anong AI ang galit ka? The next one is, AI is lightning in a bottle. The AI we're talking about now, guys, and you all know this, is not going to be the AI 6 months from now. So let me just breeze through this. Mabilis yung PowerPoint ko, no? Right, folks? 80s, okay, late 80s. 1996. 2016, oh, our friends from Korea, please don't hate us. So, and then 2019, just to 2020, and then Google's attempts. And since I'm into cinema, OpenAI introduced Sora, which completely revolutionized filmmaking in 2024, okay? So how can you even regulate something that is shape-shifting as we talk right now? Do you agree or disagree? That's exactly why there still is no one singular regulatory set of rules. Because if we try to regulate now, next week, that's going to be something else. Third reason, last but not the least, AI, and I'm going to echo Ma'am Giselle, is a disruptive force. And we are living in a disruptive time. I call it threshold time, when everything we know about ourselves and our world is changing. We are children of the 4th revolution. Teka muna, Sir Ed, what are the other 3? Copernicus showed us that we are not the center of the galaxy. Who is this, folks? Huy, gising. Very good. Charles Darwin said we are not the crown of creation. Who is the next guy? Who's this? He's the reason why you have childhood traumas. Sigmund Freud said the mind is just the tip of the iceberg. Humanity is composed of compulses, desires, and the subconscious. And then finally, my idol, who is this guy? Charles Turing asked the question, can machines think? So, in summary, we are in the fourth revolution. This is my idol. I did not invent or coin the word. This is Luciano Floridi, who has helped me when I tried to create the course for UP. Okay? So, like any emerging technology, approaching AI is not unlike treading carefully the tail of a sleeping tiger. Be careful. Pag naapakan mo, it might bite you. Thus, whenever I teach AI or I drink with my fellow friends here, hi, drinking buddies, you need to talk about AI from at least 3 lenses: the philosophical, the ethical, and the creative. So when you say philosophical, folks, whenever we discuss AI, it's never just about AI. It's never just about technology. Pangalawa, okay, this term, who knows this? This is the Greek word techne, which is the root word for technology. But much more than a root word, don't forget, ancient languages were more than just language roots. They pinpointed to the idea na tayo, man, are creatures who make and do and create things. So, maybe when we talk about AI, let's just know that the word techne is a part of the human experience. And then, next, ethical considerations. Crucial to. Bakit? Ito yung idol ko when I was taking up philosophy in UP. Martin Heidegger. From as early as the 40s in the last century, he said, technology is the supreme, not just one, the supreme danger. And the only way that can save humanity, and he said this, is art. So what does it mean? He said that all of us are not just, I'm not just Edward, you are not just my fellow RDs. We are embedded in some social, political, cultural, historical context. So we always, 10 minutes, I'm doing very well, folks. Nasa gitna na ako. We are in the midst of other people. Next, whenever I teach AI in UP, I always tell my students, after we discuss Heidegger and all of this, the best way for me to teach you is it's like swimming. I'll throw you into the water. And these are just some examples. Sino-sino to? You, Andy Bonifacio, Pepe, and Gabby Silang. Huy, are you still awake, guys? Okay, good. So, these are just some of the tools I share with my students. This is an actual workflow that I teach my students. Hindi kami bumibili ng software. This is open source. I don't believe in supporting corporations. Anyway, so, just some examples. Just some examples. That's Lino Broca, Ishmael Bernal, Mike De Leon. Don't forget, I'm in film. And this was me when I entered UP in 1970. So, the last battleground for AI is not biodiversity, it's not medicine, it's arts and culture. Ang laking usapin yan when it comes to the creative arts. Why? In the age of artificial intelligence, we are not only learning a new tool, we are learning new ways to look at creativity, aesthetics, authorship. My friend here will later talk about IP, and of course, intellectual property, and a whole lot more ideas. And in the case of cinema, I'm one of the people who helped out in Cine AI, and I'm one of the jury members. I'm always asked by my fellow independent filmmakers in Manila, Ed, but is it cinema? Well, I'm still on the fence about it. Bakit? What you're seeing now, yung mga TikTok and everything, may be cinema, but who knows? It may be a completely different art form. One of the things I realized in trying to research and creating my syllabus for UP is the more I research on AI, napipilitan ako, the more I'm forced to come face to face with more essential, urgent questions like, okay, galit ka sa artificial intelligence, so what is artificial intelligence? Which begs the question, ano nga bang natural intelligence? And the more profound, dude, what is intelligence? Which also leads to what is consciousness, what is awareness, what is mind. And para sa akin, as a professor, I've been teaching in UP and LaSalle since 2003. And my students are all digital natives. They're not lazy, they're not stupid, they just think differently. I need to find out for myself what passes for thinking today. They're just a totally different mutant breed. So ako, I'm 73, I'm a digital immigrant, like most of my fellow karaoke friends here. So speaking of thinking, let me just compare thinking in terms of machine and man. So AI, this is how the black box works. A lot of people hate AI. 5 minutes, kayang-kaya yan. Okay? But this is what goes on in the black box. AI receives input, finds patterns, it predicts the next token, it self-corrects itself, it stores parameters, it generates output. But a human being, we don't only receive input, we perceive experience. We don't only find patterns, we find meaning. We don't only predict the next token, we explore 1,000 possibilities. We don't only correct ourselves, we love to suffer because suffering is the best teacher. And we don't only store data, our memories are so much alive. We just don't generate output, we generate a life. This is one of the things I was talking with sila Doc Nats and si Doc Prods. One of the things I'd love to study is the relationship between strong AI, yung pinakamatinding AI, and the word that represents human subjectivity, which is qualia. So, I'll breeze through this. 4 of the most important things I learned in teaching AI, okay, is that technology is not something outside of the human experience. Bakit? Technology, AI included, is created because of human desire and fueled by the human imagination. Pangalawa, our use of technology changes us. Look at your cell phones, look at how you receive your news. Every piece of technology changes the human experience. The third, technology, guys, is a force that's always moving forward, never backwards. And it's a force that's always an opening up. That's why technologies of gatekeeping are doomed to fail. And the last but most important thing, man and machine co-evolve together. That's why for the people who predict that AI is going to take over the world, that's just a Marvel superhero film. How can something take over the world when we are in the midst of all of these changes? So I'm thanking Georges Simondon, who told me about this, okay? So these 4 insights are intertwined. We are continually reconfiguring the human experience. So it's in the 80s, okay? AI has ceased to be just a tool. So now it has become a public space, a commons. And like all public spaces, it should be cultivated and protected. Okay? So I'm just going to share this with you. I'm not going to go through each and every point. I am going to end with a certain provocation. Folks, what is this? It's Pax Silica. Why is this an important issue? Not because of Pax Silica itself. I'm doing very well, folks. I'm finishing. This issue is forcing us to make a broader commitment to institutional, government, and corporate transparency. Number one, we have to discuss sustainability, not just for the environment, for society. And the last one, ask the question, who truly benefits from the AI revolution? Okay? So remember that slide I showed you a while ago, folks? You. Diba? Yung dalawang eskwelahan. When I received that slide, I thought it was just about AI. It's becoming so clear to me. It's all about us. The story has always been about the human experience. Keep on rocking, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Edward Pasiano Cabagnot, for that thought-provoking reminder that the future of creativity is and will always be still human. For our third speaker, we welcome a leader shaping how the country's largest telecommunications companies approach AI responsibly. He is the head of AI and privacy governance at Globe Telecom, where he leads enterprise-wide efforts to embed responsible AI, privacy by design, and digital trust into strategy, technology, and operations, helping the organization scale AI responsibly and with confidence. He also serves as convener of the Joint Advisory Group on AI and Sustainability at the International Organization for Standardization, or ISO, Chief Standards and Certification Officer of the International AI Safety Commission, and Chair of the Global Anti-Scam Alliance Philippines. Through these leadership roles, he contributes to advancing international collaboration on AI governance, safety, trust, and sustainability. With nearly 2 decades of experience spanning telecommunications, technology, and media, he specializes in AI governance, privacy, digital trust, enterprise risk, and large-scale transformation. He works at the intersection of policy and practice, helping leaders make sense of complex AI technologies, emerging regulations, and governance challenges by translating them into practical, decision-oriented frameworks that enable responsible innovation while strengthening organizational trust. Beyond his enterprise role, our speaker actively contributes to international standards development, AI safety initiatives, and cross-sector collaboration. He is widely recognized for advancing practical, human-centered approaches to AI governance, anti-scam protection, and privacy that organizations can implement in real-world environments. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the head of AI and privacy governance at Globe Telecom, Mr. Derek Omar M. Adil.
Maayong aga. I was trying to practice that earlier. But anyway, Globe morning to everyone. Those are hard acts to follow, Attorney Giselle, Sir Ed. But anyway, I'll try to do my best. But anyway, before I start, I'll try to share a simple observation of mine. So I'm not sure if you guys will agree. We are building AI faster than most of the organizations can fully understand. Agree? It's so fast. Every week, every month, there's a new model, There's a new LLM, there's a new tool out there, there's a new capability. Before, we used to be talking about an AI that generates a content or generates an answer. But now, we're talking about an AI that can create a plan for you, that can access a database, that can integrate with a system, that can make a decision and takes action. So today, I will not talk about whether AI will become powerful or not, because that's already happening right in front of our own eyes. But rather, the question is, can we build trust in AI at the same speed? I think that's a more important question that we should be talking about. So I'm Derek Adil. I head AI and privacy governance for Globe Telecom. But more than Globe, I also work for ISO, as mentioned by Attorney Giselle earlier. So I'm the first Filipino to be a convener in the ISO domain, in the IT domain rather, which includes AI. So that means representation and inclusion, not just from the Global South, but from the Philippines. It's not just us adopting and using standards, but also time for us to shape and influence. But anyway, when do we say that AI is good enough? When do we say that AI makes the best decision? Is it when it's the fastest? When it's the cheapest? The most accurate? Or probably for some, the most profitable? Perhaps those are right answers, technically, right? But those may not just be the right answers. AI makes the best decision if it's also safe, understandable, fair. Earlier, there's someone who asked about inclusiveness. And if someone, a human person, can stand behind that decision. And that's what we are going to talk about today. AI is incredibly good at optimization. It can optimize a lot of things. It can reduce your operational cost. It can increase your revenue. It can personalize the experience of your customer. It can detect fraud. It can improve network performance. But generally speaking, it can complete a task faster than any one of us here. But the question is, or the catch rather is, AI does not decide what matters most. It's us. AI will continue to optimize the target, the objective. But it's us people who will choose the target, the objective. And choosing the target is never easy. And it's never neutral at all. The moment we decide what AI will optimize, we are already deciding what AI will prioritize. We people get to decide what to measure, what success looks like, who may be excluded, who will benefit from that AI system, right? And who carries the risks. And these questions, these are not technical decisions. It's either a business decision, a governance decision, but generally these are human decisions. Earlier, Professor Yung mentioned about a delivery system, right? As an example. So let's take that as an example. So imagine that we ask AI to optimize that delivery system. The ask is to provide the fastest possible delivery route. If your success metric or criteria is speed, what else could possibly happen if it's just the speed that we're concerned about? Your riders may take more risks. The working conditions will become more demanding, and the quality may suffer. The point is, AI will do what it's supposed to do, exactly as designed. Right? But AI will still miss the point. It will help you achieve your target, it will help you achieve your objective, but it can still miss the point. Trade-offs. Every time that we optimize for something, it creates trade-offs. And these are the things that we usually don't talk about. If we optimize for speed, we let go, we reduce careful judgment. Because we want speed. If we optimize for personalization, we want one-to-one marketing, right? We place privacy under pressure. If we optimize for automation, human accountability becomes less clear. But don't get me wrong, I'm not telling you not to optimize or that we shouldn't be optimizing at all. What I'm trying to say is we should be deliberate and intentional in terms of the trade-offs that we are creating. Probably the better question now is whether things can be done by AI or not, or whether AI can help us or not. We should also be asking ourselves, at what cost? What's the trade-off? I always tell this wherever I go. AI is an amplifier. AI will amplify whatever is already present in your organization. So if your organization has good data, capable people, good process, and clear accountability, AI will definitely amplify those strengths. However, AI will also amplify weak controls, bad processes, poor quality data, bad incentives, and even the existing bias in your organization. AI will not automatically fix those weak foundations, but rather AI will expose it and AI will further scale it. Accuracy. AI systems may be highly accurate but still untrusted. So let's say, for example, imagine there's a person who were denied of a service because of an AI-generated score. Of course, the organization will tell you, don't worry, our model is 95% accurate. But of course, that person who was denied of that service will ask more questions. Why was I denied? What information was used? Can I challenge the outcome? Is there a person I can talk to just to be able to understand the reason behind the decision? Accuracy matters. But accuracy alone doesn't create trust. Which is trust, which is very important in this day. Trust is not a property of a model. People do not experience AI through technical benchmark, not through accuracy rates, not through codes. People experience AI through outcome. Was I treated fairly? Was the information process protected? Was I told that AI will be involved? Is there a person accountable if something breaks? Again, trust is not only a property of the model. Trust is an experience created by the whole system around your service, around what you're providing to your customers, to our collective customers. Who's aware of human in the loop and human on the loop here? For sure, you guys have heard of it, right? But I'm not sure if that's being used correctly. Perhaps it's not sufficient. Simply because for most of the organization, when we say human in the loop or on the loop, we just ask one person to click approve. And probably that person doesn't have sufficient information, doesn't have sufficient context, or probably doesn't have enough time. Because you just ask that person to click approve. Unfortunately, some doesn't even have the authority to reject that AI decision. And for some, they assume that whatever output that AI will provide is fair and good. That's not a meaningful human oversight. That's human rubber stamp. You're just adding another layer. What meaningful human oversight means is a person that you assign can understand, can question, can reject, and can even reverse that AI decision. That's what meaningful oversight is. Machine executes the action. As AI becomes more capable, more powerful, it doesn't mean that a human person needs to approve every small action. Which I agree, because it defeats the purpose of automation. But it doesn't or it shouldn't remove responsibility or accountability at all. Accountability has to remain human, especially for the decisions around that system. We need to be able to know what objectives are we trying to achieve, what the boundaries are, the can and cannot do of that AI system, what authority are we delegating, and what risk are we accepting. The machine executes the action, but at the end of the day, it's you, it's us, who owns or remains to be accountable. This is a common problem for most of the organization. Governance often comes too late. And for sure, most of the developers here will agree. The team will develop the use case, will choose the platform, will prepare the data, will build the solution. Then they will tap privacy, security, legal, and risk. Can you review this? And at that point, most of the important decisions have already been made. And changing and challenging those will be more expensive, slower, and sometimes politically difficult. So that's why we need to stop treating governance as a department that appears at the end of your way, that will just say yes or no. Governance should not be an afterthought. It should not be a second-class citizen. Good governance is allowing teams to ask better questions. As mentioned by Professor Ed earlier, we need to be able to ask questions. What problem are we trying to solve? What solution are we trying to build? Who will benefit from this? What the boundaries are? We need to be good at asking the right questions. Good governance should not in any way slow innovation down, but rather, it should help and enable innovation to move with greater confidence. Okay. Deployment is the beginning of AI governance, not the end. Trust has to be embedded. If Attorney Giselle mentioned earlier that knowledge is the new currency, in my point of view, it's trust. No matter how good your product is, how great your marketing is, if people don't trust it, no one will buy it, right? So trust has to be embedded across the life cycle. From the design, to testing, to continuous monitoring. It has to be embedded. Deployment is not the end of governance. It's just the beginning. Especially if your model gets exposed to actual users, changing data, and new scenarios that were not present during build and testing. Proportionality principle. Not every AI system requires the same level of governance. This is true. Let's say, for example, you have an AI tool that summarizes meeting notes. It should not be governed the same way as an AI tool that approves loan, that detects fraud, that screens job applicants, or that talks directly with your customer. The level of control must follow the level of risks. So the higher the impact, more sensitive data, greater autonomy, then those factors should lead to stronger testing, ownership, monitoring, and accountability. So before you deploy any AI system in production, you need to have this. You need to be able to at least answer these 5 questions. What decision is this AI making or supporting? what data is being used, who is affected by the outcome, where is human judgment required, and who is accountable when something breaks. Simple and practical, right? But the reality is, many of the organizations struggling to answer this. They're having a hard time answering these questions. So when ownership is unclear before deployment, believe me, it will even become less clear after an incident. And that's where standards like ISO 42001 comes in. It provides shared expectation, shared understanding, especially in the context of ownership and processes. Now, we're beginning to see the change now from an AI assistant to an AI agent. For months or years, we've been dealing with an AI that generates something else. A text, an image, a code, summaries, recommendation. But now we're dealing with an AI that can create a plan, that can access a database, that can make recommendations, make decisions, and takes an action. We're now moving from an AI assistant to an AI agent. And because of that, the governance question also changes. Before, the question is, can this AI generate a right answer? But now the question is, what are we allowing AI to do? Can that AI send an email? Can it approve a transaction? Can it access confidential data? Can it change a customer record? Can it engage with another AI system? So the risk is no longer having a wrong answer. The risk now is a wrong action. So the useful way to think about an AI agent is to treat them like your digital employees. And naturally, an employee, before we provide access, we make sure that we verify them. We make sure that the role is defined. And based on the role, we provide access. We make sure that there's approval limits set. We make sure that there's monitoring mechanisms and that we hold someone accountable to supervise them. AI agent is no different. And at least my recommendation is for AI agents, for us to require stricter boundaries, stricter controls for AI agents. So for builders here, for those who are building technology and AI systems here, this is where your role becomes important. Governance decisions are already being made during design, even if we don't call it governance. When we decide what data the system can access, it's governance. When we design for the user interface, that's governance. When we decide whether an approval is required for a workflow, that's governance as well. When we create logs, limits, alerts, fallback mechanisms, and kill switch, that's governance. Responsible AI is not something that we add after. It's not something that we add right before deployment. It begins with the people who designs and build the system. Last 2 slides. Responsible AI should also appear in the actual engineering work. Who are the developers or engineers here? Responsible AI has to appear in the engineering work as well. From requirements, architecture, data pipelines, permission testing, up to incident response plans. The policy may say that the AI system has to be transparent. But your engineering folks needs to translate these principles into something real. A disclosure, notice, logs, explanation, escalation path. We need to be able to translate it into something real. Principles are good. It matters. But implementation, execution, is where trust becomes visible. So perhaps the question is, Not what happens when it works, when an AI system works. The better question is, what happens when it fails? When the model is wrong, when the data is changing, when the system is being manipulated. Can we correct it? Can we contain it? So we need to be able to answer those questions. I know there's more questions now than answers. But as AI becomes more capable, as it becomes more powerful, two things. What are we trying to optimize? What are we refusing to sacrifice? Because building trust in AI at speed doesn't mean we're slowing innovation down. What that means is we have to make sure that as AI becomes capable, as it becomes powerful, human, you, the one beside you, remains to be accountable. So let's continue working together, building together towards a safe, inclusive, and trusted space for every Filipino. So, maayong aga sa inyong lahat. I'm Derek Adil. Let's continue to work together and connect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Derek Omar M. Adil, for showing us what it takes to build trust at AI speed. To close this session, we turn to an important question every innovator eventually faces. How do we protect the ideas we build? Our fourth speaker for the fourth plenary session is a registered chemical engineer with over 8 years of experience in the field of intellectual property, particularly in patent examination and policy making. He began his career at the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, or IPOPHIL, in 2018 as a patent examiner, where he handled invention, utility model, and industrial design applications. As a patent examiner, he was a member of the Technical Working Group for the revision of the Manual for Patent Examination Procedures. He was the main drafter of the interim guidelines for novelty and visibility for industrial designs. He participated in the studies and public consultations for several international treaties, such as the Design Law Treaty, the Hague Agreement on Industrial Designs, and the Draft Treaty for Genetic Resources, Traditional Knowledge, Traditional Cultural Expressions. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from the University of Santo Tomas. Also, he is currently pursuing his Juris Doctor Law degree from the UST Faculty of Civil Law. He currently serves as an Intellectual Property Rights Specialist, IPRS 3, under Patent Search and IP Analytics Division of the Documentation, Information and Technology Transfer Bureau, or DITTB of IPOPHIL, conducting advanced patent search and drafting seminars and IP analytics, such as patent landscape reports. He is also a member of the IPOPHIL team for Inventors Assistance Program and concurrently serves as Compliance Officer for Data Privacy for DITTB Main Office. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the IP Rights Specialist 3 of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, Engineer Roy Vincent C. Perez.
Hello, good morning. Good afternoon na. Nakita ko yung aking clock. It's 12 o'clock. So I think they're serving lunch or at least merienda. No? So this will be a working lecture. So happy working lunch, everyone. Thank you to DOST Region 6 for inviting us here in AIFest 2026. It's been an honor. Last year, si Assistant Director, yung Assistant Director Garcia, yung pinadala ng IPOPHIL. But today, I will deliver his lecture with some sort of modification. So, of course, we are blessed by our distinguished speakers. No? from the government, si ma'am, even sa business, from the academe, no? And yesterday or yesternight, I was talking with innovators, no? Sabi ko kasi, my perspective is always has been, as a patent examiner, to protect, no? Always protect, no? And then sabi ng gamer developers sa akin, we must commercialize, no? We must give incentives to our innovators, because why else would they innovate, no? So today, my short lecture for today is about intellectual property and how can you harness the protection, no, or the intellectual property system to your advantage, not just for protection in case of possible infringement, but also in the case of commercialization, no? That's all what we want. We don't want any cases, no? We don't want any infringement, but to be safe, no, at least we're protected. But the end goal is for commercialization, no? To start my my short talk, no. So these are some of the intellectual property rights, no. So we have patents, we have copyright, trade secrets, trademarks, and industrial designs, no. To summarize briefly, patents protect processes, no, technical solutions in the field of human activity. So there must be a technical effect, no? So later we'll discuss sa computer programs and computer systems, no, kung ano yung pwede. Because the conundrum ko is that ano na lang, pa-copyright mo na lang. Kasi programin, copyright mo na lang. No, it's a just go for copyright protection, no? Whereas computer-related inventions are patentable subject matters, no? We can secure rights, no? We just not protect but secure rights to our innovation and invention, which can later be used as a commercial asset, no? Because remember that intellectual property is a property, no? It is, in the simplest terms, intellectual property pertains to the creation of the mind. In a sense, AI, no, is a creation of human ingenuity. Yes? So, we protect, no, also the implementation of AI into solutions in the field of human activity. We have copyright, the most or the famous intellectual property right. No? So it protects original expressions, fixed, intangible form. So only the expressions of the idea are protected. No? So in basic terms, yung code, no? Kung paano sinulat yung code, that is copyrightable. But not the system architecture of your invention or of your innovations, no? Of your technologies, of the AI implemented technologies. They're not protected by copyright. They're protected or they are under patentable subject matter. No? Of course, trade secrets. I had the occasion to talk to one of the innovators yesterday, no, at the Tipon. And he said, I'm keeping this a secret. No? I don't want this to be released in the market. No? I said, it's up to you. It's up to you. Why? No? You could choose to keep it a secret, and you could also choose to patent it. But what are the differences, no? In trade secret, you are forced to keep it a secret, and it's hard to keep it a secret, no? However, in patents, you are disclosing something to the public, no? But in the connection, you have much stronger protection. So in a sense, I said to the innovator, and I'm saying this to you now, if you can patent your innovation, patent it. because it can lead to commercialization prospects later on. Trade secret, it's hard to keep, no? It's hard to keep it as a trade secret. Trademarks, we all know Gemini, ChatGPT, no? And industrial designs for the graphical user interface. So, ayan. So my question is, are AI technologies patentable? No, at least na-answer ko na siya, no? But I always go back to the law. The law provides statutory classes of invention. So it falls under computer implemented invention. So it must be computer implemented. Okay? So we ask the guidance of our counterpart patent offices. Artificial intelligence is the ability of the computers and machines to perform mental tasks commonly associated with humans, such as learning, reasoning, and problem solving. So it is considered as a branch of computer science, and therefore an invention involving AI are considered computer implemented invention. Okay? So computer implemented inventions or computer networks having one or more prima facie novel feature, no, that is realized wholly or partly by a computer program. So in this case, no, I know that you are writing your codes, you're employing models, CNN, RNN, you are more than capable than you're more capable than I am, no, with regard to that. So it is implemented, no, by computer programs. Just the application, no, being used in your cell phones, it is already implemented in a hardware, which is your cell phone, no, and it produces a technical effect. Whatever the app is trying to produce or the effect is already considered a patentable subject matter, no? But AI itself is not generally the invention, no? The patentable contribution usually lies in how AI is applied to solve a technical problem and achieve a technical effect. Okay? So the AI itself, I know there are questions na, oh, yung AI, yung model available na yan, no? But you do not patent the model, no? You patent the application of the model. Okay? You do not patent actually the data, no? You patent how the data is being used by the model, no, to come up with the results. Okay? So solve a technical problem through a specific AI application and to achieve a certain technical effect. So patents involving artificial intelligence is said to involve AI when it involves neural networks, machine learning, and trained models, no? So you're all familiar with this, okay? So ito yung question, no? Who is the inventor? Again, no? Applicant and inventors are two different things. Okay? They're two different things. Kasi yung applicant could be the LGU, could be the corporation, it could be an individual, the inventor. No? The applicant could be anyone, no? As long as they're recognized by law to have juridical capacity, right? But the inventorship is more on the moral rights. Who invented what? No? It's a moral rights, the attribution. So, ayan, no? AI and patents. In this example, the Dabus case, no? So Stephen Tyler invented an AI system that allegedly generated patent applications or inventions. Now, if you could see in the screen, no, Dabus, the inventor, no, the invention was autonomously generated by AI, no, by AI system. So this was developed by Dr. Stephen Taylor. So the application generated a lot of legal proceedings all over the world. No? During 2021, no, the Australian Patent Office actually granted, no, they recognized AI as an inventor, no. So if you are an inventor of an AI system, no, sabi ng Australian Patent Office at that time, they said that AI could be an inventor. However, it was overturned. And majority of the jurisdictions now follows that AI system cannot be an inventor. Okay? So, US, UK, Japan, Korea, I think Korea has handed a decision recognizing that only humans can be inventors. The rationale behind is that intellectual property laws are enacted to incentivize human ingenuity. They still, they say that AI, in the field of IP at least, are just tools. Okay? So, in the field of intellectual property, that is the school of thought. So, in our jurisdiction, Philippines, the IPOFIL released guidelines to, at least to have a compromise, no? Instead of naming the AI system as the applicant or the inventor, you name the maker of that AI system to be the inventor. Okay? So at least it is the maker of the AI system that is the inventor of the application or the patent application. So copyrights and patents, again, the source code is on the scope of copyright. They are mere expressions of your ideas. Okay? But when those source codes or those programs written by humans are executed now using hardware, machines, sensors, and all of those things, they are now considered patentable subject matter. Okay? AI is the future, so similar to Dr. Cha's invention, the autonomous driving. So this is the Tesla's version. They patented it, the autonomous driving of Tesla. And yeah, no. However, this is a recent case actually of the US Federal Court. I know that the AI is used for optimization, but mere optimization is not patentable. Okay? So if you optimize human activity by making it faster, more efficient, no, they're not patentable. Okay? So there must be a technical effect that must be considered. So this one is another example. No? So the AI model can check if your bank accounts through digital banks are being hacked or being subject of fraud, no? Fraudulent transactions, no? AI-powered newsfeed, this is also patented. The Facebook algorithm, okay, showing you the feeds that you want based on what you have previously searched. So I'm wrapping up now. So challenges in patenting, no, you have prior art challenges, different jurisdiction follow different rules, and variability in global patent standards. Okay? Industrial design, you protect the image or the appearance, no, of your GUI, graphical user interface, of your app. No, basically that's the scope of protection for industrial designs and icons. Okay? For AI-generated art, you can do so. Okay? Trademarks, we're all familiar with this. No? This is Gemini. No? In order for the AI company or startup to be known, no? So protect your business name, no? Company name. Copyright, This is my slide on copyright and AI, but I would just like to emphasize on the next slide, human authorship in generated works. We have not yet have a Supreme Court ruling regarding copyright in AI. The ongoing guidance right now is the case of Republic versus Tupas, where the court said that mere providing of ideas is not authorship. So if you enter a prompt into the AI, no, it is not considered copyrightable. It's not human invention or human ingenious creation. No? So use this you must prove that you are indeed really into the creation of the idea to prove human authorship. And this is IP management. No, you manage your intellectual property, tools and processes. No, you must have a policy regarding who, what, and who owns and what is the percentage of the generated income. And ito yung last slide. This is the last slide, no? You must protect in order for you to commercialize. Commercialization is in the form of assignment, joint ventures, specialized partnerships, and even licensing agreements. No? So remember that IP is an asset. It can be assigned just like a real property, just like a land. It can be mortgaged. It can be used as a collateral, as a loan for the banks. So use IP for more funds for the startups. So that's why I'm really teaching the audience to use the IP system for their for additional funds. No. So this is just a news on regarding patenting of AI-related applications around the world. So with that, I thank you. I know that my presentation is short and you have many questions regarding intellectual property protection, but please go over our website for further questions. Maybe we'll entertain some more. Pero ayan. Thank you and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Engineer Roy Vincent C. Perez, for walking us through how our IP system can help manage and protect AI innovation.
Wow, what a session from ethics to creativity to trust and what you've heard to intellectual property. We've covered so much ground on what it means to govern AI responsibly. And now, once again, we open the floor to your questions. We have had 4 speakers, and I'm pretty sure you have some questions on your mind. So this is your opportunity to throw your questions to our experts who just spoke a while ago. We will only accommodate 2 questions. First question is from the delegate from Region 3, Professor Cabagnod. First, thank you for what was, in my view, one of the most thought-provoking and perhaps the most talked about lectures of this conference. You openly addressed the elephant in the room by discussing Pax Silica, and you ended with a powerful statement calling for a fundamental rethinking of who truly benefits from the AI revolution. Given the ongoing discussions surrounding Pax Silica, what mindset should ordinary citizens adopt when evaluating AI initiatives? How do we strike the balance between healthy skepticism and openness to innovation while ensuring that AI ultimately serves the public interest rather than only a select few?
Okay, thank you very much for that beautiful question. I hope you're enjoying your lunch, folks. But that question para sa akin is a very important question. In our quest for creating immortal, perfect, efficient machines, we are not creating machines. We are creating systems of care. Whether it's biodiversity, whether it's medicine, whether it's anti-corruption, We are creating technology not just because we're creating technology, but we are concerned about our being human. So, I hope I answered that question. Did I?
Can I see the hand of the one who asked the question from Region 3?
So the idea there, everything we develop is actually from the position of care, whether we know it or not. Yun lang.
Thank you very much, Prof. Cabagnot, for answering the question. Two more questions, perhaps, from our delegates. Yes.
Irvi Rodriguez from Santa Rosa, LGU. So my first question would be to Prof. Edward also. You just mentioned that AI is a disruptive force.
Okay.
So how do we protect ourselves from these vulnerabilities such as widespread job displacement, especially in the film industry?
Okay.
The unauthorized use of copyrighted works. I think Engineer Roy can also help us with that. And the erosion of human artistic integrity. Because I've been watching a lot of reels, so short stories. Same plot, they're just changing the names. So imagine, different countries, different languages. So how do we have to protect ourselves from those vulnerabilities, especially from our artists? And the second question would be just a highfalutin one. We already accepted that how AI can maximize, optimize, and speed up almost everything with full accuracy. Now, how can we take advantage of AI in resolving these endless national issues such as flood control and plunder cases, at least before we reach the fifth revolution?
Okay,
you,
so the first question was about a specific question concerning cinema. So basically, and my colleague here from the IP office, we're good friends, but he said that he's here talking about intellectual property. And I said, paano ba yan? I'm a #1 pirate. Anyway, just like most of you, I'm sure. But the idea here is when AI started coming out, the idea that what you put out there, whether it's information, your children's pictures, your data, who owns that? That cannot be answered by myself or any of us. That just means we need to redefine who owns what is already out there in this era of information. Remember, information, sabi nga ni Floridi, we are living in the infosphere. Now, when it comes to cinema, I create small AI videos, but I don't call it cinema. These are just my toys because the beast that we call cinema is altogether a complex beast. It talks about visual language, it talks about sound design, etc., etc. Now, will AI be the future of filmmaking? I don't think so, but it might lead to another form. So how do we maintain integrity? Well, I really cannot answer that. Yung second mo is, ano yun? How do we fight corruption? I'm going to put up an idea out there. If somebody can steal 6.77 billion, do you know who I'm talking about? Just like that, do you think money is going to be worth anything in the future? If we're talking about billions and so many people lack livelihood, care, I think magbabago ang ating currency. I don't know what it is right now. But it's so easy to come out with all of these numbers by these corrupt politicos. It's just telling us that maybe our lives will not revolve around money in the near future. So mabuhay ang revolusyon. Right, guys?
Thank you very much, Professor Cabagnot, and thank you very much to everyone who threw in their questions for our panelists. And if you still have questions in your mind probably that you would like to ask our panelists, please feel free to write your questions, supply your email address, and give your questions to our secretariat or to our team, for they will directly give it to our speakers, and then our speakers or our secretariat would email the answers to you. Thank you very much. And if you see, yes. Yes, please, attorney. Kindly give a microphone to attorney.
Yeah, I know there's no question for me, but I heard the question of Professor, and I want to answer that. So just last month, we started the wave and in Bacolod, and we are also going to Isabela in Ilagan City. Our goal is to promote knowledge as the new currency. Yeah, so knowledge is the new currency. We need to tell more Filipinos that to get rich, they have to upskill, reskill, and skill. We cannot have Filipinos believing that a family name, a rich family name will make them successful, a beautiful face will make them successful. It has to be knowledge as the new currency. And that has also to translate to trust, as mentioned by Derek, and also to leadership and competency. And I'm scared to ask this question in this room. How many policymakers are here today? No, I mean local. Local policymakers, local councilors, local sanggunian, local academicians creating policies in their universities. I think the most important thing is to bring in the policymakers because every policy affects not only one, but multitudes of Filipinos. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Josel, for your additional insights. Thank you very much. And again, before I forget, the QR codes at your table, you could scan it so you could access the presentations of our speakers. You could only access the presentations of our speakers after they present here on stage. Thank you very much. And now, thank you to everyone who came forward with such thoughtful questions. Let's now show our appreciation to our plenary session for speakers. We call on the following individuals to come on stage and award our plenary speakers. The certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to our speaker for sharing his or her time and expertise as a plenary speaker and for delivering the presentation entitled Building Humanware for the Innovation-Driven Economy Through Ethical AI Governance for Jobs, Growth, and a Competitive Philippines during the 2026 AIFest Technical Conference held as part of the 2026 AIFest with the theme Building an AI-Ready Future Together, held on August the 4th, 2026 at the Iloilo Convention Center. Signed by Regional Director Rowan R. Hilonga, CHE says so too, and Dr. Lilian Diana B. Pareño, RASOC Regional Chairperson for Region 6.
To receive the certificates of appreciation, we call back on stage Attorney Josel Batapasige, Professor Edward Pasiano Capagnot, Mr. Derek Omar M. Adil, and Engineer Roy Vincent C. Perez.
Once again, let's give our speakers a warm round of applause, everyone. Thank you to our dear speakers. Thank you, sirs. Thank you very much for sharing your time, your knowledge, and your expertise, of course, for our delegates for AIFest 2026.
To give the awards, we would like to request Dr. Maureen Neti N. Linan, Co-Chair, AI Technical Conference, Iloilo Science and Technology University, and Dr. May Rose O. Suerte, Assistant Regional Director for Finance and Administrative Services, DOST, Western Visayas.
While they are having their photo op, I would like to announce, of course, that we are still airing live via the Facebook pages, official Facebook pages of AIFest 2026 and DOST Western Visayas. So you could share that on your respective social media pages so anyone in the world could watch our conference. Also, we have exhibitions or exhibits at halls C and D. So if you have spare time later on, please do visit our exhibits at halls C and D. Thank you very much. I'm sure you're enjoying your lunch. So we will be having our working lunch, for us to save time and for us to just continue with our learning sessions. And right now, we'll proceed with our next plenary session. All right. So wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa. Less breaks, more learnings. Once again, a pleasant afternoon, our distinguished guests, our speakers, our panelists. Welcome to AIFest 2026. Of course, we will now turn our attention to something deeply close to home. How data and science can help future-proof our archipelagic nation and from the ground beneath our feet to the skies above us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take this opportunity to give everyone a 10-minute break. We would also like to remind you that we have exciting things awaiting you in our venue area at halls D and C of the Iloilo Convention Center. Again, we are allowing everyone a 10-minute break. We also have our Game On activities at Hall D and at Hall C, the PGDX exhibit. Please take the time to roam around later and enjoy your experience here at the AIFest 2026. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Calling everyone back into our AI Technical Conference. Our program will resume in a few minutes. Once again, calling everyone back into our AI Technical Conference. Our program will resume in a few minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Inviting all our attendees to return to our AI Technical Conference. Again, inviting all our attendees to return to our AI Technical Conference. Our program will resume in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to AIFest 2026.
Once again, good afternoon everyone to all our participants and delegates for the AI Fest 2026. I'm sure you had a good lunch, had perhaps a good rest or a good break, and you're feeling recharged for our afternoon session. Earlier this morning, we have had 6 comprehensive presentations from 6 of our brilliant speakers. And what we can promise right now is we will still have the same brilliant presentations from different speakers this time, same thought-provoking presentations, and perhaps you could gather your questions later on. So during the open forum, you could throw your questions to our experts from our plenary sessions. And right now, this afternoon, we will turn our attention to something deeply close to home. How data and science can help future-proof our archipelagic nation from ground beneath our feet to the skies above us.
Our first speaker of Plenary Session 5 is the Administrator of the Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration, or PAGASA, one of the scientific and technical service institutes of the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST. He also serves as the permanent representative of the Philippines to the World Meteorological Organization, or WMO. Originally from Iloilo Province, he earned his bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Negros Occidental. He later pursued a Master of Science in Meteorology at the University of the Philippines and advanced studies in physical oceanography and marine meteorology at the University of the Ryukyus in Okinawa, Japan. He subsequently obtained his Doctor of Philosophy from the University of the Philippines. Before his appointment as administrator, he held several key leadership positions within DOST PAGASA. He served as Deputy Administrator for Research and Development before overseeing the agency's administrative and engineering services, contributing significantly to the modernization and enhancement of the country's weather, climate, hydrological, and astronomical services. A Career Executive Service Officer, CESO 4, our speaker has built a distinguished career in public service, marked by his leadership, technical expertise, and commitment to advancing science-based disaster risk reduction and climate resilience. In recognition of his exemplary contributions, he was named a recipient of the Dangal ng Lipi ng Bulacan, the highest honor conferred by the provincial government of Bulacan upon Bulaqueños who have demonstrated exceptional achievement while upholding the province's values, heritage, and ideals. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Assistant Secretary for Development Cooperation and Gates National Program Leader from the Department of Science and Technology, Assistant Secretary Rodolfo J. Calzado Jr.
Hello. All right, so first of all, I'd like to correct our announcer. Unfortunately, we introduced the speaker for the next session after me, but let me introduce myself. I won't give too much background. I am Assistant Secretary Rodolfo J. Calzado Jr. I lead the Development Cooperation Office of the Department of Science and Technology, and I am also the program leader for the Geospatial Analytics and Technology Solutions program of the department. And my talk today will mostly cover what we are doing from the side of the Department of Science and Technology in data governance. So that said, the title of my presentation is Building the Foundations of a Data-Driven Philippines. So to begin, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a succulent lunch. And it's a pleasure to join you today at the 2026 AI Fest. Artificial intelligence is transforming industries, governments, and societies around the world, and it offers tremendous opportunities to improve public services, strengthen policymaking, and accelerate national development. However, today's presentation is not only about AI, it is about the foundation that makes AI possible. Before AI can generate meaningful insights and support better decisions, we must first build trusted data ecosystems. Today, I will share how the Department of Science and Technology, through the Geospatial Analytics and Technology Solutions Program, or GATES, is helping build these foundations through interoperability, governance, and geospatial intelligence. Everyone today is talking about AI. I'm sure everyone would agree. But there is one important reality that is often overlooked, especially in the public sector, and that AI is only as good as the data that powers it. Before we ask AI to solve complex problems, we believe we should first ask ourselves, is our data complete? Can we trust the data? Can different agencies understand each other's data? And can these data sets actually be shared? Government generates enormous amounts of information every single day. Yet, much of it remains fragmented across agencies and systems. The challenge today is no longer collecting more data, and in fact, the challenge should be enabling data to work together. What makes data AI ready? It begins with interoperability. Interoperability means information from different agencies can be understood, shared, and reused consistently. This requires common standards, shared definitions, governance frameworks, and institutional trust. These may not sound as exciting as AI, but they are what enable AI to operate responsively and effectively. Ultimately, our goal is simple: to ensure the right information reaches the right people at the right time to make the right decision. Many of today's governance challenges cannot be solved by one agency acting alone. Whether we are addressing disaster resilience, education, health, or climate adaptation, these issues are interconnected. Each institution sees only part of the picture, that AI becomes significantly more valuable when these different perspectives are integrated into a complete view. Let us consider a simple example. Suppose student performance declines in a community. Education data tells us what is happening, but it does not explain why. To understand the underlying causes, we need to look beyond education alone. Imagine combining educational data with information on nutrition, household income, transportation, infrastructure, environmental conditions, and health. Suddenly, we begin to see relationships that would otherwise remain hidden. Rather than isolated indicators, we gain a holistic understanding of the community. This is the real value of interoperability. Not simply connecting databases, but connecting knowledge. And this is precisely the environment where AI can generate meaningful insights. Once data sets become connected, we can transform information into intelligence. This is where geospatial AI becomes especially valuable. By combining geographic information with administrative, socioeconomic, environmental, and operational data, AI can reveal patterns, relationships, disparities, and opportunities. Instead of looking at data in isolation, we begin understanding how different factors interact across space and time. Everything in our universe happens somewhere, and where it happens matters. Location provides the context that makes AI actionable. It enables us to understand not only what is happening, but where it is happening, who is affected, and where the interventions will have the greatest impact. Whether in disaster risk reduction, agriculture, healthcare, infrastructure, or environmental management, geography strengthens decision making. Recognizing these challenges, DOST launched the GATES program, our flagship initiative to strengthen geospatial analytics and data-driven capabilities across the science and technology ecosystem. Rather than building another standalone platform, GATES is establishing the digital foundation upon which AI can be developed and rapidly deployed and responsibly scaled across government. The program consists of 4 complementary components: AI-ready data architecture, AI-ready infrastructure, geospatial applications, and governance with capacity building. Together, these 4 components create a trusted data ecosystem that enables AI to move beyond isolated pilot projects and support better planning, smarter policies, and more effective public service delivery. At the heart of GATES is the foundational principle that AI begins with connected data. The program integrates datasets from health, education, natural resources, infrastructure, disaster resilience, and other innovation domains. When these datasets interact, they reveal new relationships that would otherwise remain hidden. This creates opportunities for better planning, evidence-based policymaking, and more responsive government services. Supporting this vision is the GATES Data Lakehouse. Rather than requiring agencies to replace existing systems, the Data Lakehouse provides a secure environment where data can be ingested, governed, shared, and analyzed. Agencies, now this is unique, retain ownership and control of their data while enabling responsible sharing. In this way, we build an AI-ready foundation without disrupting existing operations. Ultimately, technology must create value for the people. With connected and trusted data, AI can support emergency response, resource allocation, infrastructure planning, service optimization, and spatial intelligence. AI is not here to replace experts. It augments human expertise by providing faster analysis, stronger evidence, and greater confidence in decision making. As we look ahead, our vision extends beyond deploying AI technologies. We seek to build trustworthy AI for the government. That means transforming data into evidence and evidence into AI-assisted decisions. Trustworthy AI requires more than algorithms. It requires trusted data, responsible governance, institutional collaboration, and a shared commitment to ensuring innovation serves public good. One important lesson we have learned is that no single institution can build an AI-ready nation alone. AI depends on an ecosystem, one that brings together government, academe, industry, and other international partners. Each contributes unique expertise, resources, and perspectives within their respective mandates that strengthen our collective capacity to innovate. For the DOST, partnerships are therefore not simply an avenue for cooperation. They are a strategic enabler of interoperability, innovation, and responsible AI adoption. Through our collaboration with the European Union, including initiatives such as the Copernicus Program and the EU Digital Economy Package, we are strengthening capabilities in artificial intelligence, Earth observation, and digital innovation. We also continue to work closely with the United Nations Development Program, other national government agencies, local government units, academic institutions, and the private sector to foster innovation and promote the responsible use of data and emerging technologies. Ultimately, interoperability is not only about connecting systems, it is about connecting institutions, expertise, and perhaps most importantly, connecting people. Through sustained collaboration, we can build the trusted data ecosystem needed for AI to scale responsibly and deliver meaningful benefits to every Filipino. To sum it up, allow me to leave you with 3 key messages. First, AI is transforming how governments make decisions, but its success depends on trusted, interoperable, and well-governed data. Second, building trustworthy AI requires more than just technology. It requires responsible governance and collaboration across government, academe, industry, and partners. And finally, through the GATES program, the DOST is building the digital foundations that will enable AI to responsibly scale across government and support a truly data-driven Philippines. Artificial intelligence will undoubtedly shape the future of governance. And through initiatives such as the GATES program, the DOST is laying the foundations for an integrated, interoperable, and trusted data ecosystem. One that enables AI to support better policies, smarter investments, and more effective public service delivery. And as we move forward, let us continue working together, not simply to build better AI, but to build the trusted data ecosystem that allows AI to create meaningful impact for every Filipino. Maraming salamat at magandang araw po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Rodolfo J. Calzado Jr., for laying out the foundations of a truly data-driven Philippines. To reiterate his background, Mr. Rodolfo J. Calzado Jr. is the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology for Development Cooperation. He brings with him more than 12 years of progressive experience as a researcher, civil servant, and international development practitioner, managing, implementing, and consulting for national and regional projects on environment, resource, sustainability, and climate and disaster management. Prior to his current role, he served as the National Coordinator of the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP Country Office, from 2020 to 2023, where he managed the Climate Action Program's portfolio on digital transformation and other special projects with specific focus on accelerating and integrating digitalization in disaster risk reduction and management efforts, marine commodity sustainability, and COVID-19 response for healthcare waste management. In partnership with government agencies, some of the landmark policies and strategies he facilitated include the NDRRMC's Digital Readiness Strategy and the National Management Plans for Blue Swimming Crab and Philippine Octopus, to name a few. Earlier in his career, Assistant Secretary Calzado served DOST in various capacities, starting as a research associate and eventually as a project and planning officer. Apart from his professional pursuits, Assistant Secretary Calzado is an advocate of science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development and believes in the power of Philippine innovation to create positive societal change. To close, he holds a Master of Science in Environmental Science and Ecosystems Management and a Bachelor of Science degree in Biology from the De La Salle University, Manila. Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Calzado. For a country that faces an average of 20 typhoons a year, few questions matter more than this. How do we see the weather coming before it arrives? Our next dynamic duo that will talk about leveraging AI for weather prediction and climate insights. Our first speaker is an administrator of PAG-ASA, the DOST's Weather and Climate Service Agency, and permanent representative of the Philippines to the World Meteorological Organization. Originally from Iloilo, he holds a bachelor's in electrical engineering from the University of Negros Occidental, an MS in meteorology, and PhD in meteorology from UP, and advanced studies in physical oceanography and marine meteorology in the University of the Ryukyu, Japan. Before becoming administrator, he served as PAG-ASA's Deputy Administrator for Research and Development and later oversaw its administrative and engineering services, helping modernize the country's weather, climate, hydrological, and astronomical systems. As CESO 4 officer, he was awarded the Dangal ng Lipinang Bulacan, the Bulacan provincial government's highest honor. Please welcome the administrator from Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration from the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Nathaniel T. Servando.
Mayong hapon sa tanan. Before I begin, allow me to express our appreciation to the organizers, particularly the DOST Western Visayas, for inviting us to be part of this very successful event, 2026 AIFest. So colleagues, again, magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Today, I will share how my agency, the DOST PAG-ASA, is embracing artificial intelligence in weather prediction and climate services. I will highlight the opportunities, the challenges, and the importance of collaboration among government, academia, and the private sector in building an AI-ready future for disaster resilience. Perhaps the meteorological community is one among those aggressively pursuing and exploring the potentials of artificial intelligence purposely to improve our forecasts in the midst of the challenges we are facing because of the constantly changing climate. I hope this presentation provides useful insights in the role of AI in improving weather forecasting and disaster risk reduction in the Philippines. Here, a very important principle in operational forecasting is presented. AI is another source of guidance, not a replacement for the forecasters. We combine three sources of evidence. First, observations from radar, satellites, stations, and other sources of data. Second, physical models based on atmospheric sciences, which translates the fundamental laws of physics into equations. And third, we look at the potentials of AI as tool that enhance pattern detection, bias correction, and localization. The forecaster then brings together, interprets the situation, evaluates uncertainty, and makes the final decision. Human judgments and accountability remain the center of every official forecast and warning. In other words, observation, physical models, and AI all contribute evidence, but the people retain judgment and accountability. AI enhances our capability, while human expertise, the forecasters, ensures that warnings are reliable, responsible, and trusted. The forecasters remain accountable for the official warnings, not the AI. AI is already making real difference in weather forecasting, particularly in predicting tropical cyclone tracks. Published and operational evaluations now show that some AI weather models can produce tropical cyclone track errors compared with traditional numerical weather predictions. The graph is actually taken from the Hong Kong Observatory, which compare several AI model forecasts from traditional numerical weather models. The solid lines show open free AI weather models, and the broken lines show official weather models of each country, particularly from Japan, Europe, and the US. As you can see, the AI models generally have smaller forecast errors, especially as the forecast extends beyond the 5-day forecast. This does not mean that AI is better in everything. The 5-day track uncertainty remains hundreds of kilometers. The intensity, rainfall distribution, and local extremes remain challenging. AI opportunities span weather and climate services. However, weather forecasting is the main area of the current AI work. From nowcasting, bias correction and post-processing, guidance on tropical cyclone tracks, intensity and rainfall distribution, which are crucial for disaster preparedness, and downscaling to generate high-resolution guidance that is more relevant to provinces, cities, and municipalities. Climate-related work is imaging through exploratory monsoon monitoring and a planned target for machine learning-based climate projection downscaling. So currently, we are downscaling climate change projection and scenarios using numerical models, but we plan to apply the artificial intelligence. Climate insights link with what we observe today, but what we expect in the future. Monitoring tells us how the climate is changing now, while global climate projections explore possible future conditions. USD Pag-asa exploring machine learning-based downscaling to translate these broad projections into finer Philippine scale climate information. The goal is to provide more useful long-term climate insights for planning and decision-making in sectors such as energy, agriculture, and water resources. While AI is not yet fully operational across all services, Pag-asa is actively working with universities, research institutions, and international partners to explore and evaluate its potential. The slide actually highlights some of these initiatives. They include AI for thunderstorm detection. Yesterday it was mentioned by Dr. Naval of the University of the Philippines, where we collaborated with UP for understanding and prediction of a small scale weather systems like thunderstorm events. In weather forecasting, we are currently implementing the DOST-funded project Artificial Intelligence for Weather Forecasting in the Philippines, or AI for RP, in collaboration with DOST ASTI and in partnership with an American startup company. In flood forecasting, we are currently implementing an artificial intelligence-based flood forecasting and warning system over Lawag River Basin. Again, this is in collaboration with a Korean company. And again, it is funded by KOICA. On water resources management, we are working with the UP Institute of Environmental Science and Meteorology in cooperation with a university in Korea. And finally, the satellite cloud classification is being pursued or undertaken by our Pag-asa researchers. These projects are helping us assess where AI can add value across the forecast chain, from observing the atmosphere to forecasting hazards, issuing warnings, and supporting decision making. Our approach is to both practical and science-based. We are carefully testing AI models, validating their performance against Philippine weather conditions, and ensuring they are a complement, not replace, the expertise of our forecasters. In short, Pag-asa is not just watching the AI revolution. We are actively participating in it, working with our partners to develop AI applications that will strengthen weather forecasting and build a more disaster-resilient Philippines. Exploring AI is not about identifying where it works. It is equally important to understand where it has limitations. This example from the Pag-asa River Basin compares several machine learning models in forecasting the water level at 24 and 48-hour lead times. While the models show promising results, they also reveal differences in performance, especially during extreme events when forecast accuracy matters most. This reinforces an important lesson. Exploratory research should make both the strengths and the limitations of AI visible. Before any AI model can be used operationally, it must undergo rigorous local validation, be carefully compared with existing forecasting methods, and be tested using high-impact cases such as major floods and extreme weather events. At DST Pag-asa, our goal is not simply to adopt AI because it is new. We adopt it only when there is a clear scientific evidence that it improves forecast accuracy, reliability, and decision support under Philippine conditions. Let me highlight a facility that demonstrates Pag-asa commitment to resilience. The newly constructed Mactan Disaster Recovery Facility in Cebu, located at DST Pag-asa Regional Center in Mactan. This is more than just a data center. It is a crucial backup facility that ensures our weather, climate, and disaster information services remain available even our primary systems are disrupted by a major disaster, particularly our system at the central office. As we embrace artificial intelligence, we must remember that AI-enabled services are only as reliable as the infrastructure that supports them. AI model requires continuous access to data, computing resources, and secure operational systems. Without a resilient and recoverable infrastructure, even the most advanced AI cannot deliver timely forecasts and warnings. The Mactan Disaster Recovery Facility provides that resilience. It strengthens business continuity and enables rapid recovery of critical systems and ensures operational readiness when Filipinos need our services the most. In short, building AI capability is not only about developing smarter algorithms. It is also about investing in resilient digital infrastructure. The Mactan Disaster Recovery, the concrete example of how Pag-asa is preparing that future. A promising experiment becomes a trusted public service only through a disciplined adoption pathway. And of course, to summarize, allow us to share our insights on AI readiness. Our key message is this, no? AI readiness is an ecosystem, as mentioned by Asik Calzado earlier. It's an ecosystem and not an algorithm alone. This is consistent with what we heard from previous speakers as well. AI becomes a truly valuable when people, institutions, and technology work together. The academe, government agencies, local government units, communities, and international partners each contribute research, local requirements, observations, data, expertise, and knowledge exchange. Together, these complementary strengths make AI more useful, reliable, and responsive to real-world needs, something no institution can achieve alone. AI readiness is about true partnerships. No single institution can do this alone. Each partner contributes a different strength. Academe advances research and development future experts, and the government provides operational experience, policy, data, and infrastructure, while local governments and communities contribute local knowledge. By bridging these strengths together, we can develop AI solutions that are accurate, reliable, and practical. Collaboration is what enables AI to create lasting value for weather forecasting, climate services, and disaster risk reduction. So finally, AI readiness is meaningful only when it leads to action. Better data, stronger institutions, and technologies people can trust. The goal is not to replace scientific judgment. It is to strengthen our agency's ability to provide timely, reliable, and useful services for the Filipino people. Thank you for listening, and madamo gid nga salamat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nathaniel T. Servando, for showing us how AI is helping us build smarter forecasts and sharper climate insights. Our final speaker for this session brings a truly global perspective on how satellite data, can serve a future-ready Philippines. He received his PhD degree in physical imaging and space environment from the University of Toulouse, France in 2019. Since 2024, he has been working as a remote sensing engineer at CLS Group, where he develops innovative Earth observation products for land monitoring, land cover mapping, and geoscience applications. His expertise focuses on optical remote sensing, geospatial data analysis, and the development of value-added products from satellite imagery for environmental monitoring. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the remote sensing engineer of Collect Localization Satellites, representing the National Copernicus Capacity Support Action Program for the Philippines, Dr. Etienne Duques.
Hello everyone. Thank you for DOST for inviting me for this beautiful event. So I will be talking to you about geospatial data, how we can use it for AI purposes, of course, and in particular, Copernicus data. So let's talk about it. But first, I will present where I work now. It's CLS Group, which is a company specialized in satellite-based information in 5 strategic sectors: environmental monitoring, sustainable fisheries, energy infrastructure, maritime surveillance, and mobility. I will mostly talk about environmental monitoring, as is my base expertise, in the next presentation. And why a guy like me is in the Philippines today? It's because I'm working with the COPFIL initiative, which is an initiative led by the European Union and the European Space Agency, but also the Department of Science and Technology and the Philippine Space Agency. So the idea is to have the cooperation of these 4 different groups to share Copernicus data through a mirror site and to demonstrate the utility of this Earth observation data using 3 different Earth observation pilot services. So the idea is to demonstrate the interest of the use of this Earth observation data to be prepared for natural hazards and climate change related threats, but also to demonstrate the interest of Copernicus data. So let's talk first about Copernicus. So Copernicus is a program which has already 10 years of activity. It started first in 2014 with the launch of Sentinel-1, which is a star sensor, and now continues to growing big and big with different kind of Earth observation sensor covering all Earth, covering also different kind of sensors, might be synthetic radar, it might be also optical imagers at different resolution, and it's growing bigger and bigger. And the idea through this is to share to Europe and then all the entire geospatial community data to work with. And so I will present now what we are doing within the COPFIL initiative. First, one of the 3 pilot services we implemented is the ground motion monitoring. This activity is led by a Tre Altamira company, GNV and University of Twente. Just a word, we are 11 companies working on it, so I don't know exactly every details covering each different topics, but I will present them briefly. So the ground motion monitoring service, it's a SAR-based service which aims to track Earth surface deformation So there are different applications to this. Must be landslide detection, subsidence monitoring, monitoring also seismic activity. And the idea is to process long time series of Sentinel-1 data, which allows precision up to 1 millimeter of detection of movements. And this work has been co-developed with the DOST Fieldbox department. Next service we are working on, it's the benthic habitat monitoring, which is led by Argans. So the idea is to produce two different kinds of products. First is the habitat, the benthic habitat map, to have a view of different ecosystems on the coastal areas, but also a bathymetry product derived from Sentinel-2 images. So the idea is to track the coastal environment and to monitor them in order to see some changes in some changes and to foresee conservation and coastal planning. And last one, but not the least, it's land cover, forest, and crop mapping. There are 3 different groups working on it. I'm part of the land cover mapping, but there are 2 specific other products on forest and crop. So the idea for crops, there are the identification of different crops and the mapping of all crop areas. For forest, about will be to track deforestation and forest disturbance. And for land cover is to do the general mapping of the Philippines with 11 classes. So it may be, for those who don't know what a land cover map is, it's the map showing, okay, here it's building, here it's crop, here it's water. So it's a base layer for the Philippines. So we use both optical and sensor data. These 3 products are mainly based on machine learning systems, and they are developed in collaboration for the crop mapping with DA, for forest with NAMRIA, and land cover as well with NAMRIA and FILSA. So we've seen now what we can do with Copernicus data in the Philippines. I don't present it much fully in details because all details can be found on the COPFIL website, and you can talk to all of stakeholders involved. But now I want to show you what will be possible to do with this Copernicus data and what we are working now, right now in CLS Group using this data and within the Copernicus framework. So first, I will present an example of the monitoring of reservoirs at a global scale using innovative deep learning models that some colleagues developed in CLS. So the main idea here is how can we assess the content of these different lakes, these different reservoirs, and is it possible to do it using remote sensing data? So before, it was possible to track changes in the global capacity of the reservoir using both altimetry data, also on the water extent, but there was some strong limitation. First, it's dependent of the existence of altimetry data and the lake border detection at the same time, so we need both products at the same time. And also, it's not the total volume estimation of a reservoir. It's only relative changes in this reservoir. So the idea is now how we can use AI to go further away and to see the total volume of reservoir. So the idea is what to use in-painting tools in order to reconstruct some images. It's what you use, you can see here for pictures. But now we are doing it on elevation data, so topographic data. And the idea is to build false reservoir using this DTM and by filling some valleys and flooding it virtually. So the algorithm chosen here is on a unit network, and I'll be built on 40,000 virtual reservoirs. And the DM that has been used, it's the Copernicus DM, of course, but also another DM called Merit. And now some results. We can see we can have on the whole region to track, we are able to track the estimation, the total capacity of reservoir. So we have less than 1% error on this example here, with some particular reservoir going a little bit over and underestimate, but overall it's less than 1% error. And for another region, we tested it, saying, okay, we're going to look at a single period of time, because we add the data, the in-situ data to compare with in Cyprus. And so we can see that there is only 4% differences between the reservoir estimation and between in situ and predicted reservoir capacity. So that was our first example. The second example would be again on land mapping, more specifically on small landscape features using geospatial foundation models. So a little bit of context. We are providing Copernicus land and marine services with some data since 10 years now. And we usually did it using a machine learning system, but we need to train every year and so on. Each time we produce these products. This product is about mapping hedgerows and small landscape features like small patches of tree and hedgerows. And here the idea was to go on a higher resolution, less than 5-meter resolution. So how we did it? First, we created a big reference data set with more than 10,000 samples all over Europe, stratified in order to have all different landscape and Earth observation picture images contained in this reference data. There was a huge work on manual correction and update of training data. And we combined different sources, which were already existing products in Europe. So it's a vegetation land cover layer and the global canopy 8 map. And then we used a GeoFoundation model. The GeoFoundation model are deep learning networks which are now more and more used in remote sensing data because we are faced with a paradigm, which is we need to have a huge amount of data in order to train our networks. A foundation model is a pre-trained network on a group of images. So it already knows what an image is, and so we didn't need so much training data in order to do the inference. So first, to do the training, sorry. So first we use this SATLAS geospatial foundation model, so we can perform different tasks with it. So we choose to do the segmentation task. Then you fine-tune it using a specific data set, as I showed just before, and in order to have our model trained for the specific task. The idea now is we have this data set and this model train, which we doesn't need to be retrained each year. So it's pretty consistent through the entire time span. So as a result, we obtain huge accuracy in order of 90%. So we don't need manual enhancement because previous products to hit the requirements for the users, we needed to have some manual enhancement. And the resolution, the product is at 5-meter resolution over the entire Europe. Here you have some example in Spain, Austria, and Belgium. Of course, there are some errors. We have some wrong detection, but overall, it's a really good product. So to conclude this talk, first, we've seen that we have some possibilities, different possibilities using Copernicus open data to track and monitor environmental changes in the Philippines. Having the right data can support environmental planning. So the idea is we can monitor and do some decision support using this data, meaning that from this data we need to go further and it can be a decision aid for many changes. In case of drought, you need reservoir capacity information for tracking urban changes and urban sprawl. And the idea, and as we have been doing in the COP initiative since 2 years now, it's that collaboration is a key accelerator on it. So we need to have more partnership between government agencies, academia, industry, and local communities to co-develop this solution in order to have the right products that can help decision making. So thank you very much. Salamat po. You can see to access through the CopFilmIR site the Copernicus data. And if you want to learn more about us, there is another QR code here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Etienne Duques, for unlocking the possibilities of geospatial data through Copernicus for the Philippines.
Thank you very much to all our distinguished speakers for our plenary session. And right now, the floor is open to anyone who would dare to ask a question for our distinguished speakers. So anyone in the room who would like to ask or who would like to throw in the first question, please kindly raise your hand and our team member would gladly approach you. So you won't need to go here near the stage. There you go. Kindly state your name, sir, your affiliation, and to whom you're directing your question to, and then your question, please.
Hello, I'm Alvin Olvida from the DNR, or we are under the research or ARDB from the Los Baños. So my question is for the sir with the COPIL regarding the monitoring and the AI, or the optical sensor like the Sentinel-2. We know that it takes at least 7 days, but the data always have cloud. So how could we represent the data if we will be using the AI, or are there algorithm to remove the cloud so that we could use that in monitoring? We know that garbage in and garbage out. So if the data is not that clear, so how could we represent it into a good, or maybe to have an accurate result?
Thank you. It's a really pertinent question. Actually, if you cannot see, you cannot track anything. So optical imaging is quite a challenge here in the Philippines because we have a really high cloud cover. So if you need to do a monitoring at monthly scale, it could be difficult. But on the other side, if you want to do annually, that's completely possible. On the other end, there's also other sensors such as Sentinel-1, which is radar sensor, which can see below cloud. So it depends what you want to monitor, actually. So yes.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you, Dr. Dukas. Anyone who would like to ask a question, there you go. The gentleman in green, if I'm not mistaken.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Giancarlo Otea from ESETU Baratok Nuevo Campus. I would like to ask a question to Dr. Etienne. Is there a public API that the company could provide for us to gather some data?
The API to access the Copernicus data, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. There is the QR code. You can access the CoFilmIR site, and there are the three different kind of access. You have a manual portal, graphical user interface portal, and there is also some API and some example with some notebooks in order to download and use the data.
Okay. And are those data, how accurate are they, and what is the buffer for you to use when it comes to updating those data?
You mean about the image data?
Yeah.
Sensor data? Yeah. It's the resolution, it's 10 meter for Sentinel-2. Sentinel-1, it's more 20 meter. Sentinel-1 is a radar, and Sentinel-2 is an optical sensor. So 20 meter for the radar, 10 meter for the optical data. And there is a revisit time around 5 to 6 days for Sentinel-2, and for Sentinel-1 there is 7 to 10 days between two acquisitions. But at least you can have data anytime because you don't see any cloud cover, as I was mentioning before.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you once again, Dr. Dukas. One more question. We can accommodate one more question from our delegates. Anyone who would like to take this opportunity to ask a question to our panelists, or rather to our speakers, for our plenary session number 5. Anyone? There being none, let's give a warm round of applause to all our speakers. Madamo ginga salamat, thank you very much. From data foundations to weather forecasting to satellite orbiting far above us, what a session that was. We now go on to our awarding of our certificates of appreciation for our plenary 5 speakers. The certificate reads, or before that, I would like to call on stage our officials who would do the honor of awarding our certificates to our speakers. We have Dr. Maureen Nettie N. Linnen, co-chair of the AI Technical Conference, Iloilo Science and Technology University, to be accompanied by Dr. May Rose O. Suerte, Assistant Regional Director for Finance and Administrative Services of DOST Western Visayas. Now let me read to you the citation of our certificate. Certificate of Appreciation is presented to our respective speaker for sharing his time and expertise as a plenary speaker and for delivering the presentation entitled building the foundations of a data-driven Philippines during the 2026 AIFest Technical Conference held as part of the 2026 AIFest with the theme Building an AI-Ready Future Together, held on August 4, 2026 at the Iloilo Convention Center. Signed by Regional Director of DOST Western Visayas, Regional Director Rowan R. Hilonga CESO 2, and Dr. Lilian Diana Pareño, Regional Chairperson of RASOC 6. We would like to award our certificates to ASEC Rodolfo J. Carrado Jr. We also would like to give our certificate to Dr. Nathaniel Servando. And same certificate is given to Dr. Etienne Ducas. Thank you very much to our dear plenary speakers for sharing their time, their knowledge, and of course their expertise for the benefit of everyone here in the room, of course for the improvement of the AI community, not just in Western Visayas, but for the whole Philippines as well. Now, moving on. Thank you once again to our plenary 5 speakers for grounding us in just how much data and science are doing to protect and prepare our nation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move into our final stretch of the day, a colloquium that brings together some of the most exciting ground-level innovations from across our industries and communities. This next segment is where AI meets the everyday, agriculture, mobility, health, disaster preparedness, and more. These are the innovators building solutions for the problems we face here at home. Let's welcome our first presenter.
He is currently the director of the DLSU Advanced Research Institute for Informatics, Computing, and Networking, and a full professor from the Department of Computer Technology of the College of Computer Studies of De La Salle University in Manila, Philippines. His research interests are in the fields of digital signal processing and computer vision, corpus linguistics, and robotics and automation. He holds degrees in computer science and electrical and electronics engineering from De La Salle University and the University of the Philippines, and was a visiting researcher at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany for corpus linguistics and the University of Nottingham in the UK for computer vision. He is a member of the Philippine American Academy of Scientists and Engineers, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and the National Research Council of the Philippines. He is a Leaders in Innova on Fellow of the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST, and the United Kingdom Royal Academy of Engineering. He has led a DOST-funded project named Titan, which developed a system that monitors vehicular and pedestrian foot traffic from video feeds taken by ordinary surveillance cameras. The second phase of this project was funded through another DOST grant, which was completed in 2020. In 2022, he and some colleagues established a spin-off company, Vision Technologies Corporation, which provided computer vision-related research, development, and innovation services to its clientele. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Director of the Advanced Research Institute for Informatics, Computing, and Networking at De La Salle University, Dr. Joel P. Ilao.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. Okay. I hope everybody is still energetic and very excited no, for day 2 of this particular momentous conference. So, of course, when I was given the invitation to present here, no, I was presented with 2 options. No, either I make it very technical or I really say something that would really resonate with the interests and the problems, issues perhaps of the people who are assembled here. No? So can I just get parang your participation, and please indulge me by parang letting me know how many here are from the academe. Professors, faculty members, can I see the hands? Okay, so there are quite a few. Okay, but how many here have dabbled on commercialization? I mean, through the facilities, the offices of the university, having dealt with the IP office, the TBIs, the technology transfer office. How many here from the faculty members are assembled? Okay, I cannot see anyone. At least one, wala ba? Okay, so anyway, so I anticipated that not many will be raising their hands. So that's why my presentation is about this. Now, how do you merge the life of an academic who wanted to commercialize their project? So I am, as I was introduced, no, I was a professor, an academic, who decided at the latter half of my career dabble on commercialization because I wanted to ensure that the things that we discover in the laboratories would really find meaning and eventually end up being used by the society. Okay, so my first part of my slide is a video, and I hope it basically talks about most of the technical aspects of what we do, and then the rest would be something, my philosophical reflections about my life as an academic and as a technopreneur. Okay, so okay. Okay. Sige. Okay, not yet ready. Okay, so anyway, I've been with the academe for about 23 years or so already, no? So I was a fresh college graduate when I went there, totally clueless about what you have to do. I thought it was a temporary career that I will be having, thinking that eventually I will move on to the industry. But 23 years later, I'm still here in front of you, talking to people, basically enjoying my life as an academic, and also with my newfound love of being part of the technopreneurship community. No? So, but of course, all of us probably weren't trained to become technopreneurs. No? We were trained to be good in technically speaking, but not so much about the commercialization side of our research. No? So it took a little bit of convincing for me to enter into that sphere, because at that time when I started dabbling into it, the university support is not very good, no, for people who wanted to do that. You have to do your on-the-side technopreneurship out of the office hours. Okay, it's not part of the system, so you really have to convince people, personally speaking, to join you, no, in this particular enterprise that you are doing. And I know many people who have already gone that path have their own individual journey to say and to state. Okay, mine is just one of the many journeys, no, that are plausible. No? So I hope that my journey here and my reflections would also inspire those people here, those who are the academic who did the first step, no, in joining this AI conference, to consider the challenging but very rewarding path of an academic technopreneur. Okay, is the video already? Okay? Kailangan. Okay, anyway, for due to time constraints, we'll just probably play it during the break. But I'll just move on to my own presentation. Okay, so please go to the next slide. Okay. Okay, so please go to the next slide, please. Okay. So actually, the project that I will be featuring here is actually not just a first-time thing, no, a one-time thing that we did, no. It's really an idea that got brewed during my days as a student when I became a new faculty member, and then we continued brewing it with our students in the laboratory through thesis projects, eventually having the confidence to submit for funding until it became big enough for us to have the confidence to come up with a spin-off company out of it. And the project is what we call as Titan. Okay, so okay, another attempt. So please.
We are the Vision Technologies. We quantify videos. We specialize in the design and development of vision-based systems for the monitoring of assets such as vehicles and people. Our mission is to develop AI technology that is both useful to our communities and to our planet. Our technology helps policymakers from different industries to derive meaningful information from images and videos to aid them in crafting better policies. Gathering data and monitoring information has always been difficult, yet these are essential in creating informed decisions. What we didn't know before is vital information serves as critical point for our decision makers who wish to effectively manage our traffic system to improve the well-being of the population. Marine monitoring to detect assets such as corals and mangroves. Agriculture monitoring to forecast the productivity of the plants. We are sharing with you our cases since the inception of Vision Technologies. Introducing Titan, a traffic monitoring solution. Using AI, policymakers have used our technology to monitor traffic. Titan was also used in Singapore. Here is the product demo of Titan. Select your video from Titan software. Click Process and let the Titan do the work. When Titan is done, you can view your results on the web interface. Here is a traffic and speed analysis of Titan for ocean pixels. Titan analyzes the count, speed, size, and lane utilization of the vehicles in the video. Titan first pre-processes videos to facilitate the generation of desired information, then processes the videos using automated computer vision technology, and finally, post-processes the generated data to provide cohesive analysis. The output will consist of tabular and graphical presentations along with textual analysis. Marine monitoring. Tracking and monitoring the blue economy can help diagnose causes of environmental stress. Our project aims to develop a computer vision system for monitoring diverse aquatic environments by combining footage and geoinformation. Agriculture, crop monitoring. Using the computer vision technology, we can help farmers monitor crop growth and yield. Farmers will take pictures of the cinnamon tree for monitoring, and it will be processed into a spreadsheet for analysis. We currently offering monthly basic and advanced subscription, customized report, and consulting work. Our services fit seamlessly with the market needs, as attested by our partners and clients. The global market opportunity is projected to reach $41.11 billion by 2030. We are looking for partners who find our solutions useful for their vision. Urban planners who seek assistance in designing a responsive and efficient urban environments that cater to the safety of citizens. Property and tourism management companies for area safety and security inspection, real property maintenance and utilities monitoring. Manufacturing firms for equipment operation monitoring and proactive maintenance to reduce downtime and service disruption. We are computer vision specialists. We quantify video. We create vision-based systems. We are the Vision Technologies Corporation.
Okay, so next slide, please. So, as you could see, as I've said earlier in my introduction, Titan began neither as a company, nor as a multi-million peso program. It began as an idea that I shared with my students. Over time, the student thesis became university research. Public investment helped us develop and validate the technology, and a university spin-off gave the work a path beyond the life of a grant. But today, I want to share that journey, not as a technical lecture, but as a practical model for turning local research into solutions that communities can actually use, Because I believe that professors have this a unique niche, in the whole innovation ecosystem that nobody else could do. It's the wisdom from experience, the scientific rigor that we do, and the stamina and the tenacity for pursuing the right way of examining and investigating things. But how do you infect more and more professors who are trained in the laboratory to try out their ideas in the marketplace? So that's my advocacy that I am trying to share with you right now. The story is about traffic in cameras, but it's equally about students, collaborators, government support, entrepreneurship, and the choices academics make when a research idea begins asking to live in the real world. I'd also like to share with you the photos that basically document the milestones of my journey as an academic technopreneur. The top right is when we placed second in the PLDT Innovation Challenge, which is a big pitching competitions among startups last 2024. But a few years before, 2019, that's when I first met my co-founders. There were 5 of us, through what we refer to as the Philippine Innovation Entrepreneurship Corps, which is funded by USAID and the UST, with an industry mentor mentoring us in the process. So in a span of around less than 6 years, we were able to incorporate into an actual SEC-registered company. That's how quick the turnaround is here. But of course, it's not a very simple matter. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and sleepless night, as we go to that particular journey. Okay? So next slide, please. So let me first begin provocatively, in terms of technology applications. In ordinary institutions and community, we can sometimes feel 20 years behind the most developed countries. Not to shatter our confidence, but I think more of a way for us to look at it in a better light. Why am I saying we're 20 years behind in technology? Do you know that precision agriculture and smart farming were commercialized in US, Europe, Japan, Australia, starting 2000s, and only now are we experiencing these kinds of technologies being applied in our own farms through drones, IoT sensors, AI crop monitoring, and precision farming, which are still considered emerging technologies, which are validly accepted in research project proposals. Intelligent traffic systems, our own area, electric vehicles and smart grids, and battery energy storage, telemedicine, digital twins, all of them were conceived 20 years ago. So, although I said this is not really encouraging news for everyone, you could also look at it as a tremendous opportunity for our technopreneurs and researchers. Because we do not need to invent problems merely to demonstrate AI. We can begin with real bottlenecks in mobility, security, agriculture, logistics, education, and public services. So the opportunity is not simply to import the newest model, it is to also understand the Philippine workflow deeply enough to build something useful, affordable, maintainable, and appropriate to local constraints. Next slide, please. Okay, so what you see here is a photo from a competition we participated in. What's especially striking here is that we're with a young intern, no? Not from our own university, but from somewhere else. So you can see it's already infecting other people, what our small group is doing here in our niche in the university. So talking about young minds and young people, young technopreneurs often have the advantage of agility. They talk to users, they decide quickly. They're the participants of hackathons. They're willing to go the extra miles, to finish a product that is demonstrable the following day or a few days later. No? However, the academics, the other side, the professors, bring a different strength. The accumulated wisdom of research and development, the scientific discipline, the laboratories, the students, interdisciplinary networks like what we're doing now, and lessons carried across many projects. The question here is not which side is better. The question is how do we combine both without weakening either. The Philippine research base is already thin. In fact, the UST cited roughly 270 to 280 researchers or scientists, we call RSEs, per million people, which is low beyond, very low behind the target set globally. You could just imagine our startup population and our researcher populations are also very, very much smaller than the RSE population. Okay? So that's why Titan became our experiment in making these two advantages meet. Next slide, please. So what's our workflow? Our workflow begins by listening to our collaborators, our prospective users, and the operational pain hidden inside these routines. So when we did our FEC 2019, after we completed the major project in the UST, we did some customer discovery where we were asked to interview at least 30 people from various segments of the population just to understand how useful our main project idea would be. Okay, that was quite helpful because it allowed us to pivot, identify the market where we could really sell, and be able to pivot our ideas to make it more useful to this potential clientele. As maturity grows, we connect disciplines and choose an appropriate funding path. University support for early exploration through the internal funds, or thesis projects, or a wider externally funded program, such as those that were supported by external funding agencies and such as DOST, when the question and the team are ready. Then we validate in the field and build a path to sustain the solution. Importantly, this particular workflow is actually a cycle. Deployment does not end the research. It produces sharper problems, better data sets, improved teaching examples, and the next generation of thesis questions. This is one thing that I am also proposing to those faculty members who are still doubting whether commercialization is within their path. In the same way that community engagement allows us to enrich our ideas for our classrooms, the commercialization also should allow us to have a glimpse of what the real problems in the immediate society are out there. So next slide, please. So Titan did not start as fully specified platform. So the earliest pieces were explored by successive student groups, such as the things that were written there. Travis is the first iteration of that web-based vehicle classification and counting. And then we did VMON, again with another student group, which explored traffic flow analysis. And then another research group, named FastCon, investigated detection and vehicle type classification. Vision, VSION, examined occlusion handling and contributed label data. Other student work addressed tracking, speed, and related components. These are graduate students, no, who had to deal with the technicalities. And then this lineage matters because student projects gave us a low-risk environment in which an idea could mature. Each group did not have to build the final company product. Each answered a tractable research question and passed forward knowledge, code, data, and equally important, a clear understanding of what still did not work. Eventually, the work was mature enough to consolidate into a funded program. So for the next slide, I'm showing you the DOST-supported stages, not to brag, but to give you, there's something to look forward to when you try to explore external funding. So the VMON, the first thing that is shown there, established vision-based vehicle monitoring under Philippine traffic condition. So the next phase, Titan, integrated and expanded the capabilities into a more coherent platform. This is after we talked to potential clients and discovered that there are more things needed to be done, technically speaking. Fast Track Titan moved the work towards market validation and commercialization. Again, another funding program from the Department of Science and Technology for opening up spin-offs and startups. Together, DOST support across the three projects were about 11.57 million pesos, with combined project budgets, including our university counterpart, of about 13.61 million. So the important point here is not only the amount, it is the sequencing of the risk. Student work helped mature the questions, public R&D, support the development, and validation that would have been difficult for a young startup to finance. Later support helped the team confront customers, operations, and business models, and that progression gave the technology continuity across the valley between thesis, prototype, and usable systems. Next slide, please. So a real-world deployment at roughly TRL level 7 is really an authentic litmus test of a research idea. So it goes beyond publications, no, in the laboratory. It's really testing it out. So here are the stats for the Titan. Okay, of course, at that time, we're proud to say it was one of the best, but of course, things are different right now when we first published that. Next slide, please. So why did an academic build a startup? Okay, not because I wanted to stop being an academic. In fact, I built Vision Technologies because I want the academic work to travel farther and reach society sooner. The university is especially strong at research, student formation, interdisciplinary collaborations, validation proposals, and intellectual property. No? And the startup adds sustained customer engagement, rapid iteration, installation, pricing, support, partnerships, and continuity after a grant or thesis ends. So it's Vision Technology Corporation that was incorporated last August 2022 that helped sustain the ideas going to the market. And as you could see, this journey has included DOST engagements, competitions, accelerators, trade fairs, interns, collaborators, and pilot deployments. All of this we did just to be able to keep the company going. Okay, it was also another encounter with how prospective users understand or fail to understand the value of the research. So next slide, please. Okay, so translation also required us to protect the underlying technology. The patent journey began with a documentation that was submitted to our IP office last 2021, followed by an innovation office endorsement. Formal filing happened after 3 years, May 2024. And why am I showing this? Because it takes a lot of patience to be able to support a technology that matters. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the same model extends beyond traffic. We've already, as you've seen in the video, expanded to other things. In fact, I was happy to report to you that one of our collaborators in the agriculture sector asked me to help her with another pitching competition that would also infuse more money into the whole enterprise. But more than that, I think what's important here that I want to show you is that as professors, academicians, we could do something more in the concept that was mentioned by our DOST Undersecretary, the concept of agham na ramdam para sa bayan. Next slide, please. It really means that more than conducting research, next slide, please. Ayan. About the Philippine problems, it means building a pathway through which Philippine research developed with students and collaborators and supported by government can become a solution to communities. So communities articulate real world needs, and students explore the space for possible solutions. Universities provide scientific discipline and continuity. Government funding helps promising work across high-risk development gaps, and enterprise supports deployment, maintenance, and scale. So I invite you guys to explore this. It's difficult, but it's challenging, but it's all worth it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joel P. Ilao, for sharing the Titan story and ADRIC's work bringing AI research into our urban spaces and farms. Our next speaker is the founder and CEO of SERMO by Mobility Vision Plus, a tech startup delivering innovative solutions for sustainable urban mobility planning and city planning and monitoring in the Philippines. As a DOST Balik scientist currently working with Quezon City LGU and previously with Pasig and Taguig LGUs, he leverages over a decade of expertise in urban mobility planning, policy, and innovation. With more than 11 years of research and consulting experience and more than 8 years in product development and quality assurance, he has been at the forefront of mobility and city planning technologies, hyper-localized to the context of each local government. Dr. Gomari's career includes a role as a doctoral researcher with the BMW Group navigation team in Germany and consulting work on European Commission Mobility Research Project at Ruprecht Consult Germany. He holds a PhD in Transportation Systems Engineering from the Technical University of Munich and an MS in Infrastructure Planning from the University of Stuttgart. A licensed civil engineer, he achieved a top ranking in the 2014 Civil Engineering Licensure Exam in the Philippines and was honored as the most outstanding civil engineering student in 2012 by the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder and Chief Executive Officer of Mobility Vision Plus and developer of SERMO, Dr. Cyrus B. Gomari.
Hello. Alright. Rinig ako? Kamusta? I mean, I know people are tired already or something, but malas nyo kasi ako na yung magsasalita. Baka yung iba dito, narinig na ako in other presentations, but you know, I hope di kayo magsawa sa mga pine-present ko. Hopefully we get to upgrade this. Ang dami naming LGU clients in the last few months na pumapasok. And I'm sure in the next few months we can share more and more updates with everyone. Pwede bang hinaan yung ilaw? Medyo nabubulag ako dito. Sino ba yung may ano? Pwede bang can you dim it a bit? Before I start, si Doc Joel kanina, tinanong niya, nag-audience participation siya. Pero I think di niya natanong, meron ba tayong mga LGU participants dito? LGU? Di ko rin pala makita, lalayon nyo pala. But anyway, the reason I'm asking is, for SERMO specifically, ba't nag-next ka agad? Balik tayo. For SERMO specifically, ang main target, talaga namin, clients namin sa ngayon, although we do work with private clients, pero yung target customers talaga namin are LGUs. Whether it's provincial, whether you're a municipality, a city, anything in between, even national government, we work directly with the government. And this is intentional. Hindi siya dahil mas madali yung government. I'm sure majority kung may mga startups dito or any person dito who's dealt with the government, they know how difficult it is to actually work with the government. But in reality, when we started CIRMO, the intention was really to work with the government. As if we really want to, create change. I think there were questions earlier dito about the flood control mess or whatnot. But if we really want to change something in our society, our livability in our cities and our towns, we have to find ways to work with the government. Forget AI, right? Kung wala naman siyang pakinabang para ma-improve yung living conditions natin, what's the point, right? So CIRMO, in that sense, is what I would call practical AI, right? Of course, there are wonderful things happening in the research world, and we are doing tons of research internally within the company na hindi namin pwedeng i-share kung ano yun. Pero for us, it's really focused on practical AI. What can we implement today? Not tomorrow, but today. Right? And CIRMO is AI-empowered transport and urban planning. Sadya yan na empowered. Dati, ginagamit namin AI-driven, pero napansin namin, medyo nalilito mga tao, kala nila yung AI na yung nagde-decide for us. But at the end of the day, especially in the context of urban planning and transport, we're in this very unique sector niche where even if you have like all of these very powerful LLMs with Claude or whatnot, it's just gonna continue hallucinating about ano ba yung pwedeng baguhin, let's say dito sa Festivok sa Iloilo, because it doesn't have the data sets about what's going on here, right? So in that way, CIRMO fits in that gap to simplify the process. But before I continue, I'm just gonna play this video that describes what we've been doing for Pasig.
Planning and enhances our decision-making ability. Para sa mobility, meron tayong ginagamit ngayon na tool for better transportation planning para hindi tayo nanguhula. Kasi alam niyo naman, pag nasa gitna tayo ng intersection, ang daling mag-suggest, ang daling binan natin magmarunong, ang daling kahit naman ako, di ba, pag nasa daan, sabihin ko, hindi, pwede ito, dapat ito yung priority, dapat ayusin natin. Madaling mag-suggest, madaling mag-theorize, madaling na anecdotal, pero kailangan talagang nakabase sa datos, lalo na't ang Pasig ay wala, gitnang-gitna tayo eh. Alam naman po natin, totoo ito. Kaya ginagamit natin yung CIRMO by Mobility Vision Plus. Gumagamit po ito ng AI and this supports evidence-based planning and enhances our decision-making ability for transport and mobility development. Maraming salamat sa Mobility Vision Plus. Nakakatulong ito ngayon sa pagbuo natin ng transport plan.
So as Mayor Vico put it for Pasig, the entire objective is we provide the evidence para mabawasan yung pag-politicize sa mga, not just infrastructure, pero pati sa mga policies that we want to implement in our cities. Right? Hindi naman maiiwasan 100% na walang politika, no? But we can minimize it at least for the context of transport and urban planning. Kasi at the end, kahit yung politiko ang gusto nila, what's best for them, what will give them the most amount of votes. And we're very blunt about this. So, as in directly, alam namin yun yung interest nila. So the way we talk about our product, the way we want to help them, is always connected to their politics. It's not because, uy, kalimutan mo yung politika. It just doesn't work like that. If you ask a mayor, hindi, mayor, ano lang tayo, science lang tayo dito. Kalimutan mo yan. You're being ignorant about what's the reality on the ground and what's actually important for the decision makers. At the end, it's our job to translate whatever we create in the science world, in the research world, the AI world, into something na kayang hawakan nung mayor, kaya niyang ipagmayabang publicly. And so far, this is where we are. We've gathered quite a few good LGUs to work with, and mukhang tuloy-tuloy to. I mean, of course, year on year, it's hard to say na 100% tuloy to sa susunod na taon. But it's also a challenge for us to, kung makuha na namin sila on the first go, ma-prove namin within the first few months na this is worth their money, right? Pero just to, go a bit backwards, ano ba yung bigger picture problem we're trying to solve? Ito sa left side is Commonwealth in QC. This is basically what has been designed over the last 50 years. Right? Dagdagan ng isa pang lane yung kalsada, lagyan pa ng isang flyover dito sa Iloilo, marami niyan. Pero wala pa rin siyang nasosolve. It's just exacerbating whatever problems we have because we're not targeting the root cause of the issue. Right? On the right side, you have the richest district of the Philippines, Makati CBD. And bakit ganito yung itsura niya? Bakit hindi ganito majority ng mga kalsada natin sa Pilipinas, majority ng communities natin? Right? And the goal of CIRMO is, using whatever data we can, massive amounts of data we can gather from all sources, and convert it to actions that mayors can work on. So if, initially we thought we were, just competing on very, very specific. We were competing with specific tools, but more and more we realized the entire objective is to change how planning is done. Right? Traditionally, we know this kung meron mga nasa consultancy dito ng transport planning or urban planning, alam natin napakabagal. Right? Sisimulan natin yung plano, tapos na yung termino ng mayor. Minsan nga, presidente, iba na eh. Hindi pa rin natatapos yung plano. Right? And if we break that down, it always stems to the very slow data collection processes. How do they analyze it? Everyone has their own specialties. And then at the end, yung recommendations nun, nagiging chop suey na lang siya. Because nobody has the time to actually properly sieve through all of the data and the analysis and put it together into something cohesive na kayang actionan ng isang mayor. And in CIRMO, we just, simply put, we just speed up all of that. Parts of it is AI, parts of it is we use AI internally to create processes and workflows behind the scenes na hindi na nararamdaman ng mayor. Kasi at the end of the day, again, as much as we tell to the mayor we're using AI, he only cares about kung meron ba kami mabibigay na recommendation next week, kung ano yung pwede niyang gawin about yung mga nagre-reklamo about the illegal parking sa sidewalk nila. Right? It's all about that. How do you address that? You can use all of the models in this world. If you cannot get to the point of answering that problem, there's no point in creating any of these systems. And the bottom line is, again, just get to decisions as quickly as possible. And yung tech behind this, I mean, the technology part is one big chunk of what we provide to the LGUs and to our partners. The second part is how do we help the administrative processes within their organizations to adopt the technology and execute it, implement it on the ground. So, yung technology, it's simple. May mobile app kami, there is a dashboard. There are third-party data sources na hindi nakasya sa isang slide, pero lahat yon we just integrate and pull it all together. Anything that cannot be collected, we collect on the ground. Well, the LGU collects it. We teach them how to collect it. Pinapasimplify lang namin yung process na hindi na kailangan paper-based na naman, na minsan umabot ng 3 araw, by the 3rd day yung tinuturuan mo, hindi naman niya naalala nung sinabi mo nung first day. And this is a continuous process for us. No? We continuously, kahit kami, even though ang dami namin different tools, every day we learn something new. We learn that minsan yung ibang data collectors, kahit yung simpleng picture lang, di pala sila marunong. It's a big problem, right? It's a very, very basic skill issue. Right? But we have to adapt. We have to adapt to that. We cannot wait for them to upskill themselves. But anyway, ganito yung itsura. No? Like, the first step usually is we collect data very rapidly. As in, yung sa Naga, it took us 4 days to map out all of their establishments, all of their yung factors that affects their walkability, yung parking behavior sa city nila. It took 4 days, right? But all of that started with training all of these data collectors. I'm just gonna wait. Ano to? Well, I skipped that part kasi video din yun. Basta yun yung pinresent na ni Doc Joel eh. Asan si Doc Joel? Basta it's, for the traffic AI, we have a traffic AI component in our system where we capture lahat ng mga dumadaan sa isang corridor, whether pedestrian yan, whether nagbabike yan, whether tricycle, jeep, whatever, all of those things, we incorporated to understand ano ba yung decision making ng tao when they go to different places. Is it easy for them to actually end up deciding to just walk yung journey? Kunwari dito, naka-checking kami sa Belmont. I was surprised that the US, I mean, this is not to bash the UST, but I think I was surprised I was being offered a ride from Belmont. But if you walk it, it's 3 minutes, right? But then you have to ask the question, is it truly walkable? Or ano ba yung problema? How come we're not confident to ask some of our visitors, pwedeng lakarin nyo na, lapit lang naman. Those are the key problems we want to solve. Umaabot sa ganyang ka-specific na, na problema that we're addressing. And traditionally, you cannot do that because consulting contracts are based on the number of hours a person spends. And tapos kung gagastusin niya yung oras niya, just tanungin si Asek Rod, uy, Asek Rod, ba't ayaw mo maglakad? Then yung bill nun, napakataas. Di ba? But anyway, so ito one example ulit for public transport. Na sa Naga, there was this, may isang co-op, lumapit kay Mayor Lenny. Minessage ako ni Mayor Lenny, uy, pwede mo ba tulungan kung may sense ba tong lagyan ng isa pang loop? And then I told them just draw it on the dashboard and then the dashboard is going to generate whatever output is necessary to justify kung bakit hindi. Right? Yung time's up na pala ako, bibilis ako na. Basta ang ending sinabi ko lang kay Mayor, additional problem yan. Kasi magkakaroon ng oversupply na naman. May oversupply na nga tapos dadagdagan pa. So the end result was a system, or us, we told Mayor Lenny that pwedeng mag-route adjustment na lang para hindi na magkaroon ng additional problems pa. Alright? Ito one other example to na the system helps with how do you convert space. Is it possible to convert certain streets na fully pedestrianized na siya? Dito sa Naga din to, sa tabi ng plaza nila, if they convert it, yung revenue na kaya nila ma-generate through that street is up to like 100 million per year. Depending kung anong establishment. Right? And if you look closely, yung nasa gitna, abandoned na yung building. Pero nasa city center, sa sentro to mismo ng Naga. And based on the data we collected, 20,000 pedestrians come in every day sa plaza na to. So bakit may patay na building dyan? It makes no sense, right? And these small, very granular level of information is what our decision makers need. Kasi ito yung mga actionable eh. Forget the big grand master plan na wawasakin mo yung buong city para lang may magawang bagong city. They want the things they can act on today, tomorrow, in the next 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. They don't care what happens about in 2 years. It's okay to have a goal, but they have to start acting today. And that's where we help them with. So skip ko na to. And again, relatively, there have been cases where we have shown we can speed up processes up to 90 times. Right? There was a road crash incident in Quezon City na pinaaral sa amin ni Mayor Joy, and first time namin gawin yung study na yun kasi nga we work on by request kung ano ba yung priority nila. Took us 2 days to finish the study. And that's super comprehensive. Hanggang ano yung kayang implement, what is the transition plan, and all. Ganun kabilis, basically. Right? And the objective is focus on what's implementable today and kaya ba natin i-justify yung budget kailangan for the infrastructure or policy. Right? Let's skip this, skip. And at the end of the day, what's important is the question we usually get is how do you make sure it works? Right? How do we make sure once we're there with the LGU, we can actually, walk the talk, right? Hindi yung puro yabang na lang kami sa stage na kaya namin gawin to for them. At the end of the day, the most important thing is the local context. I'm not from Iloilo. I'm not from Naga. I'm not from Isabela, Basilan. I'm not from Quezon City. But all of the LGs we're working with, they know the local context. They just need to have the right tools. They need to become empowered they need to feel that sa kanila to. Right? Na pag ginamit nila yung system, ramdam nila na sila yung gumawa nito, sila yung nagbigay ng recommendation kay Mayor, sila yung nag-i-implement ng project. And that's it, basically. Yun lang. I mean, it's easier said than done. Pero the root of all of it is just understand the local context. Hanggang sa loob ng LGU, kailangan maintindihan natin ano ba yung iba't ibang roles ng mga departments within the LGU and how do they interact with each other within the LGU and outside the LGU. And just to end this, again, the backstory of all of this is I started this journey sa CIRMO as a balik scientist with Pasig and Taguig. So thank you very much, DOSC, for that. Na naniwala kayo sa value kong idea na I want to work with the LGUs. Initially, DOSC was very hesitant kasi it's odd to work with an LGU kasi very, very chaotic talaga siya. Right? And it's only very few people actually survive yung back and forth, arguing, debating, making sure everyone's having a good time. And I'm glad that so far we've been successful in this journey. And if you have, if you want to get my contact, especially the LGUs or others, if you have questions, just reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cyrus B. Gomari, for introducing us to CIRMO and the future of intelligent mobility. Our next speaker is an Associate Professor of Epidemiology at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and Director of Research and Creative Work at the UP Resilience Institute, which houses Project NOAA. A Fellow of the Philippine College of Veterinary Epidemiologists, he earned his PhD in Integrative Pathobiology with a designated emphasis on biotechnology from the University of California, Davis, the world's top-ranked veterinary school, where he pioneered methods for epidemiological inference from pathogen genome data. He graduated Doctor of Veterinary Medicine cum laude and class valedictorian from UP Los Baños. He currently leads NIH-funded research building early warning systems for dengue and leptospirosis that use rainfall-based thresholds to trigger anticipatory public health action weeks before conventional surveillance catches an outbreak. In parallel, he is developing flood intelligence models that fuse hydrometeorological forecasting with machine learning to forecast flood-driven conditions that amplify disease transmission, from contaminated water exposure to expanded mosquito breeding habitat, bridging the gap between disaster preparedness and health emergency response. Internationally, he served as an epidemic modeling consultant for the World Health Organization, contributing to the COVID-19 response across the Western Pacific region. He previously served on the PREZODE International Working Group on Data and the Quadripartite Expert Group for Economics of AMR, contributing to global policy frameworks on infectious disease modeling, antimicrobial resistance, and data-driven epidemiology. Among his honors are the USDA Food Safety Fellowship and the UC Davis Dr. Jacob Traum Endowed Scholarship. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Associate Professor of Epidemiology at UP Los Baños and Director of the Research and Creative Work Division of the UP Resilience Institute, Dr. DJ Darwin R. Bandoy.
Babatiin ko sana kayo ng good afternoon, pero masyado kayo nadidistract sa cellphone nyo. So, babatiin ko na lang kayo ng sa lugar lang danong palihog. It's the longest way to say para in Hiligaynon. So, magandang hapon po. Ako po si Darwin Bandoy from UP Los Baños and may double appointment sa UP Resilience Institute. Ang topic ko po ay tungkol sa paggamit ng AI. How do we use AI? Nakalimutan ko na yung genomics dahil ang haba ng topic, kapiraso lang yung time.
Pag naaalala ko na nanalo si Alex Iyala, naaalala ko yung dengue. Kasi number 1 tayo sa mortality. So sa dengue, sa buong mundo, for every 100 dengue patients, 8 sa Pilipinas yung mamamatay. If you get dengue in the Philippines, you will more likely die than in any other country. Talo natin ang Brazil. So we are number 1 in dengue. And what are the factors driving that? Now, you have heard of the Super El Nino. We have a very similar event in 2024. Kasi ito ang pinakamataas na temperature reading. Sobrang init. Except sa Belmont. Ang lamig ng aircon sa Belmont. Ang init. And what happened with that? Nagkaroon tayo ng parade of typhoons in 2024. In a satellite map, sunod-sunod ang bagyo. Bakit ganon? Sobrang init pero ang daming bagyo. Well, if you have warmer temperatures, that has some effect. May published recently sila Professor Jerry Bagtasa showing the impact of warming climate to the intensity of typhoons. They published a model about that. So ngayong may Super El Nino, brace yourself. It does not necessarily mean na walang ulan, wala ring bagyo. Sometimes typhoons are stronger. This is our data on dengue from Quezon City. So Quezon City is one of the first city na nag-open ng data nila. Quezon City opened their data absolutely to analyze. So Mayor Joy Belmonte wins our approval for open data. Binuksan nila and they will open all data sets for all other diseases because of our paper. They realize that when the academe is willing to work with them, they get something back. It's one of the first, 10 minutes na ako? Bibilisan ko na. Then we realize, bakit ba ang taas ng dengue sa Pilipinas? Well, because we're following the wrong definition. In other words, we're following a standard from WHO of the definition of epidemic is that you have higher cases than the expected. The problem is, ang taas ng expected cases sa atin, it's practically impossible to declare an outbreak unless 16 na bata ang namamatay per week sa Quezon City kapag may dengue outbreak. Sabi ko, this is wrong. This is wrong. It could not be right. Why are we waiting for 16 children to die before we can declare an outbreak? And it's because of the epidemic threshold. When we research what's the cause for this, we realize a few people thought that this is a good definition without mathematical validation, and they accepted it. So because of that, we thought, can we rethink? Let's have an abstraction of this concept. So this is something that AI could not do for now. AI could not think like a human. And the characteristic of a human intelligence is that human intelligence is able of conceptual abstraction. So instead na nakikita mo yung kalabaw o baka, this is a painting by Picasso, he made an abstraction of the minimum representation. So right now, walang AI na tinry namin we tried it, and it's impossible to create human intelligence characteristic triggering creativity. Hindi niya kaya pa. Kaya niya lang maging stochastic parrot o ulitin niya yung nasa training data, but the emergence of intelligence, which starts from conceptual abstraction, is not there yet. So you observe, you decompose, you look at the parts, you extract the essence. Kailangan pa rin ng tao para gumawa nito. This is the best use of AI. And you look for universalities, tsaka mo siya ipapasok sa ChatGPT. Pero pag direct mong ginamit ang ChatGPT, what is the best outbreak definition, you will get garbage results. Narinig nyo na yung garbage in, garbage out. I made an Ilonggo version. So here's the Ilonggo version. Buang isulod, tubol igawa. Bahala na yung mga Ilonggo to interpret that. Then we use AI. So we use that extraction of primitives and we look for domain agnostic search. Ibig sabihin, outside the field of medicine, nahanap na ba nila yung pinakamagandang outbreak detector? Surprisingly, the best outbreak detector is from an earthquake detection system. It's a short-term average, long-term average. Apparently, yung ginagamit ng mga seismologists to detect an outbreak, an earthquake, is the best outbreak detector. And we are publishing this. We're already at an advanced review in a mid-tier international journal. Slightly under Nature Health. Yung sumunod na tier. And the feedback was good. What is the impact of this study? We're able to detect outbreaks earlier. Earlier, much earlier, 4 to 8 weeks. So we could say to Mayor Joy Belmonte, in 8 weeks, you will have a dengue outbreak. That's much earlier, and we will communicate this to DepEd. In these schools, the probability of having an outbreak is very high. We also develop metrics. Now, the metrics, we were assisted by AI in developing this. Most of the outbreak definition have never been evaluated. We use AI to help us formulate evaluation metrics. So, ang aming innovation dito. We develop a novel algorithm derived from outbreak detector, and we're able to prove using different metrics that it is better than the current standard. For example, if we follow WHO, they will only capture 1,000 cases. We're capturing 4,000 cases ahead. O, bawing-bawi na ang DOST sa investment sa akin. DOST spent 20 million for my PhD. So, palagay ko naman, nakabawas na ako sa DOST ng kaunti with their investment. We are already proving that this could save lives. You need to invest in your scientists so they could do this type of work. We have proven we could detect dengue transmission earlier than the WHO standard. Kaya nga pag nakikita ko si Alex Ayala, naaalala ko yung dengue. Kasi number 1 tayo. We have the biggest problem, but we could also bring out the best solutions. Yung standard ng WHO, 1 week lang, that's useless. 1 week lang, 16 na bata yung namamatay doon. We have demonstrated this. It's possible 2 months ahead, we can do fogging or other intervention 2 months ahead. There's nothing like this, kahit i-Google nyo. There's no dengue detector like this. But wait, there's more. Hindi siya pare-pareho. Iba ang detection sa Bicol, sa Iloilo, sa Quezon City. But we're able to show why. Kasi iba-iba ng climate eh. And therefore, we need localized research. Localized meaning hindi natin kinopya sa ibang bansa at in-apply natin sa Pilipinas. Nakabasa na ba kayo ng research proposal na ganito yung sentence? This has never been tried before in the Philippines. Pag ganun yung proposal, mapapaltan ng AI yung sumulat nun. Kasi hindi magandang gap yun eh. The gap must be a real problem. Real problems na hindi lang dahil hindi ginawa sa Pilipinas. It must be a real research gap. May time pa ba ako? Okay. AI hacks. Bago kami mag-submit sa journal, gumagamit kami ng Delphi AI. Sinasabihin namin si AI, ito yung adversarial reviewer mo. Isa kang PhD sa math, isa kang PhD sa stat, i-review mo yung papel. That's agentic AI review. Yung ni-review naming papel, pagbalik sa amin ng paper, we have predicted 100% of the comments of the reviewers. Because of this, we have anticipated all the comments on the paper. Kaya sabi namin, that's easy. We already predicted you will comment that. So that is our very short talk on how we are using AI to advance research, to advance how we do dengue research. But that's just a tip of the iceberg of what we are doing to apply AI to solve big problems in the Philippines in the context of research. Again, thank you for the invitation, and I would love to talk to you later about our research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. DJ Darwin R. Bandoy, for showing us the role of AI and genomics that now play in modern epidemic intelligence. Our next presentation comes in TED Talk format, tackling a subject close to every Filipino's heart: disaster and weather prediction. He is an AI researcher and engineering leader with over 15 years of experience in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and software engineering, currently serving as assistant scientist at DOST-ST. He has led numerous nationally significant AI research and development mentoring teams and delivering capacity building programs for government and academic institutions. A visiting scholar at the University of Tennessee and part-time lecturer at the University of Asia and the Pacific. He has authored numerous IEEE index and peer-reviewed publications, represented the Philippines as a technical expert in international AI and ISO forums, ranked top 7 nationwide in the Civil Service Professional Examination, and is pursuing a PhD in computer science. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Assistant Scientist of the Department of Science and Technology's Advanced Science and Technology Institute, Mr. Elmer C. Peramo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be back. Okay, I'll be talking about disaster and weather prediction models. And I want you to imagine it's 2 a.m. The rain is steady. The wind is picking up. Pag-asa warns that a typhoon is about to enter the Philippines. By this time, you are expected, as leaders or as a mayor of an LGU, you are expected to make a decision. Do you suspend classes? Do you evacuate communities? Or do you wait and risk of being too late? Every hour of delay is not just anxiety. For our people, it could be rising floodwaters. It could be a landslide waiting to happen. It's families caught unprepared. These are consequences we cannot undo. So you ask yourself, how do you decide faster? Or how do I decide faster? But the real challenge is, it's not about speed, it is uncertainty. According to the World Risk Index 2025, the Philippines ranks first in the world for disaster risk. This year, The report dedicated a regional flood analysis to our country for the first time. That isn't just a statistic. It means every decision you make under uncertainty here carries more weight than anywhere else in the world. Climate patterns are growing more unpredictable. Typhoons are more erratic, more complex, stronger. Traditional weather forecasting methods may no longer be sufficient to mitigate risks. But before that, let's talk about traditional weather forecasting first. A while ago, the Pag-asa Administrator, Dr. Vando, talks about the different projects under the agency. And one of the methods that they're using is traditional methods, or traditional methods actually are reliable. Pag-asa uses numerical weather prediction models. It's a set of physical or differential equations, sorry for the technical term, mathematical equations based on physical laws. These methods are excellent for long-term forecasting, but they have limitations. They run slow and are very expensive to. Traditional forecasting runs on enormous supercomputers. Usually, yung brand name nun, yung Cray, no, yung mga Cray supercomputers. That's very popular in the 80s. No? And can take hours to produce a forecast. They also struggle with short-term predictions and capturing weather at the local level. This is where AI technology comes in. With AI, we can process massive amounts of data in real time, and we can generate forecasts faster. AI is also good at short-term predictions. It's great at nowcasting. No? This is predicting what the weather will do in the next few hours instead of just days. AI can also deliver higher resolution forecasts. We can zoom in and track weather at the neighborhood level or even at the barangay level. In a country like ours, where two nearby areas can experience completely different weather. You know, remember when you're driving siguro sa highway, no? Sa isang barangay, umuulan, and then later on nakita nyo, tuyo yung kalsada dun sa susunod na, ano. So, the level of precision isn't just useful, it is essential. Good news, okay? The Philippines is already equipped with using AI to augment the traditional methods that I talked about. Actually, in 2023, our government signed an agreement with a US-based AI meteorology company, Atmo Inc. No? This is the company that the Secretary of the OST met when they were in San Francisco a couple of years ago. Atmo, this is the AI-powered weather forecasting company. And then eventually we partnered with them and we launched the AI-powered weather forecasting for a Resilient Philippines project, AI for RP. I'm part of that project. It's led by DOST Pag-asa in collaboration with the Department of Science and Technology, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, or DOST ASTI. By 2024, we deployed the country's first online AI-based weather forecasting system. I invite you to scan the QR code so that you can visit. It's actually in philippines.atmo.ai. You can actually type that on your browser, philippines.atmo.ai, so you can see the interface. So we deployed the country's first online AI-based weather forecasting system. It delivers ultra-precise forecasts at the neighborhood resolution level, calibrated specifically for Philippines' unique weather patterns. The goal of the project is simple. faster forecast with higher accuracy for longer windows of time, and at the same time, we learn the technology that we get from abroad. But this is not just a partnership where we receive technology from abroad. At the OST ASTI, we are also building our own AI research capability in-house. In the OST ASTI, as the Secretary mentioned, we have high-performance computing facility. Because using AI for weather forecasting is a Herculean task. It's one of those problems that's very hard to solve. Earlier this year, our team published research paper on a hybrid machine learning method that downscales coarse weather data to 1 kilometer resolution across the entire Philippines. So we went to Japan to present our paper. Actually, the European weather ECMWF, sorry, yeah, they are actually publishing weather data sets or climate data. They call it ERA 5. They just released a new version. For those researchers out there, it's a very good source of data if you want to dabble in using machine learning for weather forecasting. It's a very good data set. We use the ERA 5 from Europe. And then, but the problem with that, it's spatial resolution. So what our paper did is we used newer machine learning techniques to make the resolution finer so that it would be more precise. So to put that in perspective, the global data we start with sees the Philippines in 9 kilometer squares. That's from ERA 5. Our model sharpens that picture to 1 kilometer square. So that's the compression, that's the resolution that our research did. Fine enough to see the difference between a flooded valley and a dry ridge a few kilometers away. Our team trained the system on a decade of rainfall data from 374 weather stations across the country. That's a good thing about ASTI. We have a lot of data. We collect a lot of data. We have deployed different weather stations from all over the Philippines. The model now recovers details that global data sets simply blur out. The rain shadow behind mountain range, the coastal storm cells that batter one barangay while sparing the next. So now, you know that we are already using AI to create better and more accurate forecasts. The technology is here, it's ready, but are the systems around it ready? There's a gap between AI or technology in general and using it well under pressure. Many institutions are still not set up to act on probabilistic information. A 70% flood probability means nothing if no one knows what to do with 70%. This is where leaders come in, leaders like you. This is where you come in. There are 5 things you can do to close that gap. Let me walk you through them. First, invest in data infrastructure. Forecasts depend on huge amount of data. Without data, we cannot create simulations or train AI models. To get data, we need, it means you need to collect it. Weather stations, sensors, monitoring systems. In the Philippines, we already operate over 2,000 weather and warning stations strategically deployed in vulnerable calamity areas. These stations collect rainfall, water level, wind, and air temperature, the inputs we need to forecast. And our approach isn't about collecting data, it's about democratizing it. Through Field Sensors website, you can also scan the QR code. We put critical information directly into the citizen's hands. You can actually request ASTI to, for example, if you are a researcher, if you want weather data sets, you can actually request ASTI some of these data sets. But infrastructure is not just installation. It is sustaining and maintaining the systems So they keep collecting data year after year. Second, after data, we need to build an institutional capacity. Data is useless if no one understands it. We need to equip our institutions with the ability to interpret what data is telling us, to act on probabilities and risk levels with confidence. In February 2025, we signed a data sharing agreement with DOST Pag-asa, DOST ASTI, and Atmo Inc. As part of that partnership, Atmo's team designed a workshop to train DOST personnel on data curation, weather model development, and AI model performance analysis. We went through that training a couple of months ago, last June in San Francisco. So they trained us on how they do how they use AI in weather forecasting. They also toured us in different facilities and in the startup scene in San Francisco. So this is what capacity building looks like in practice. International expertise transferring to local hands until the local hands can lead it. And then third, create decision protocols. In a crisis, you cannot afford to hesitate. Every hour of delay is a cost, measured not just damages, but in lives. You do not have the luxury of long deliberation. We can fix it by designing decision protocols before the crisis arrives. It starts with defining triggers. What specific threshold automatically sets a response in motion? Rainfall level, flood risk probability, storm surge projections. When AI confidence on flood risk exceeds a defined level, evacuation begins. When projected rainfall crosses a threshold, classes are suspended. We don't have to wait until we're in the middle of a crisis to make those decisions. We just have to execute the ones we've already made. Fourth, strengthen our interagency coordination. Disasters don't respect organizational charts. A flood forecast from Pag-asa only saves lives if it reaches the Disaster Risk Reduction Council, the local government unit, the school superintendent, and the barangay captain, fast and in a form they can act on. This means weather agencies, disaster agencies, and local government must work as one system. Shared dashboards, aligned protocols, common language for risk. The technology connects easily. It is the institution that must align. Fifth, ensure public trust. Predictions only matter if people believe them and act on them. That trust is built on transparency, explaining how forecasts are made, what their limits are, and why a warning is being issued. When the public understands the why, they cooperate with evacuation orders. So you have the technology, you have the capacity, you have the protocols, you have the coordination, you have the trust. You might think the hard part is over. That's not how leadership works. When something goes wrong, you cannot blame the algorithm. Leadership is not automated. AI is not here to replace you. It is here to inform your decisions, strengthen your judgment, and expand your ability to anticipate. Remember this, accountability still rests on you. AI is just a tool. You carry the decision. AI is not magic. It is still probabilistic. It's not certain. It will sometimes underestimate heavy rainfall. It will sometimes flag false alarms. A good leader knows the limit of their tools and plans accordingly. The risk is not that AI fails. The risk is that we ask it to be something it isn't. I'm going to skip the slides. They're already asking me to wrap it up. So let me go back to that 2 a.m. scenario. The rain is falling, the wind is rising. Once again, you are deciding. But this time, you have access to real-time data and multiple sources of information. You understand what the projection means. You have clear protocols guiding your decisions. You have institutions that work together. You have a public that trusts you. You do not hesitate. You act. At 2 a.m., the difference between disaster and a tragedy is no longer chance. It is leadership. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elmer C. Peramo, for that compelling look into AI models for disaster and weather prediction. Our next speaker is a faculty member of the Department of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering, Capiz State University, or CAPSU Boreas Campus. She also serves as the director of the newly established Research and Development Center of CAPSU, the Machinery and Agricultural Technology Engineering Center. Her commitment to advancing knowledge in her field is evident through the various innovations she and her team developed, such as the Fiber XMAC, a pineapple leaf extractor machine, the BioDryMac, a multi-layer fish dryer and calamansi juice extractor. She also led the establishment of an innovations laboratory for process machinery development, or iLab, at CAPSU, funded by DOST PCIERD. The project provides students and faculty researchers with the facilities and capabilities to better develop their ideas into useful technologies. In 2025, she completed the prestigious Leaders in Innovation Fellowship Global Program of the Royal Academy of Engineering in the United Kingdom, where she engaged with global innovators and strengthened her capabilities in technology translation and innovation leadership. Presently, she leads the project on the development of the Palay Grain Quality Analyzer, a DOST Western Visayas project. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Associate Professor 1 of Capiz State University, Engineer Monalyn L. Oloroso.
Hello, good afternoon po everyone. It's been 2 days of immersing ourselves to the incredible power of AI. And to be honest, I myself, I'm still amazed. But right now, I feel nervous. So I would like to ask audience participation, if that's okay. I just want you to look to the person beside you and ask them if they are amazed as well, just like me. Please. Or baka ako lang. All right. Thank you. Well, I am not an AI specialist, not an AI researcher, not even an AI expert. But few years ago, I was working on a certain research gap when I met a friend. And she's an AI expert, Professor Dr. Julian A. Salido. So she'll be answering the queries later. So when I was talking to her about the project I'm working on, I saw on her face the eureka. It was like telling me na, miga, kaya nisang AI. And so we started collaborating on the project. It was challenging to be talking to a friend with terms that are very, very jargon to my ears. So before we finished the project, we almost lost the friendship. No, I'm just kidding. But our collaboration resulted to the project from pixels to PAL AI, transforming rice quality assessment through artificial intelligence. So I'd like to start on the importance of rice being the staple crop in the Philippines. In the national data, we produce around 20 million metric tons of palay annually. And Western Visayas contributes 1.5 million metric tons of that production. Every after harvest, our farmers keep some of their produce for family consumption. That's a common practice in the Philippines. But most of this produce are being sold to traders, rice mills, or even the government agencies, such as the National Food Authority. Now, as rice buyers in the market, when we buy rice, yung bugas, we look at the quality of the rice. Baka maraming brokens, baka may bato, or what is the level of whiteness. This quality defines how much, mas magandang quality, mas mahal ang bigas. But have you ever wondered how rice is being classified or evaluated in palay form? And how is the pricing of palay for farmers' produce being identified? Actually, palay purity is one major consideration in pricing farmers' produce because purity affects grain quality and milling efficiency. So every time a farmer sell their palay produce, it will be classified or ini-evaluate ng trader or even NFA, the National Food Authority, as to purity A or B. Purity A as having 95% pure grains and above, and purity B as having at least 90 to 94% purity. In every kilogram of palay, purity A and purity has a difference of 90 centavos in terms of price. That's too small. But for a bag of palay, that could be around 50 pesos or 45 pesos. For 100 bags, that could cost 450 pesos. And for 100 bags, that could cost 4,500 pesos for every inconsistent classification. This is me 15 years ago. Not much have changed. I was once a quality assurance officer or simply grain classifier in National Food Authority. Every cropping season, we are deployed to the farm areas to buy palay, or in the buying stations, or even in our warehouses. So with a powerful rice probe and a grain sampler, we go to the field, collect samples from each bag of palay, mix the samples in the pan, collect a handful of the sample, and voila, we classify. Are you A or are you B? If that's accurate, I leave to you the answer. But when we have doubts, we can hold the procurement of palay from the farmers and tell them to stand by for hours or for one day and wait for laboratory analysis, which is still being conducted manually. That's labor-intensive, subjective, and difficult to scale. One of the challenges in classifying palay grain, even if you are trained, is that impurities comes in different forms. Merong chaff or unfilled grains, stones, soil, weeds, rice hulls, rice stalks, among others. So this is where AI becomes a powerful tool in classifying grain purity. Because AI can make palay grain assessment faster, more objective, and more consistent than manual inspection. In fact, there has been several approaches in machine vision, such as the current methods, the thresholding or morphology, image classification. But these methods usually can only identify the presence of the object in the sample. There is also object detection. It can detect where the object is in an image. But for purity assessment, our proposed approach is the semantic segmentation. With this approach, the computer can classify every pixel of the object, allowing the computer to identify if the object is pure from that of impure or impurities. And so, introducing our technology, the PAL AI. It is an AI-based palay quality assessment system that combines benchmark data set with deep learned version 3 semantic segmentation to enable automated identification of palay grains and impurities for rice purity assessment. So just like how we were trained when we were still classifiers in the National Food Authority, we trained our eyes by seeing different samples of palay. So that's how we trained the model as well. We collected various rice samples representing the most used variety of palay in the Philippines, ranging from short, medium, long, and extra long varieties. We took photographs or pictures of the samples, labeled the rice and impurities, and used these labels in training the AI. This model was then tested in terms of accuracy and the WIOU, and used the system to inspect palay grain. So behind the scenes, I've realized in this project that one important factor in any AI technology is the quality of data set. So we've generated around 26,000 of good images captured and curated as palay data set. Along with these photographs or data set are metadata such as the moisture content, grain length, purity percentage, and even grain weight of each grain. These data were manually verified, or its annotation were manually verified by domain expert to ensure that data fed into the system is accurate. So how AI learns to see from image, PAL AI learns the pattern, enables recognition of pure grains, counting the number of pure grains, and estimating the total weight of the pure grains. So with our segmentation performance, we reached global accuracy of 87.89% and a weighted IOU of around 81.81%. So right now, we already have an automated identification and counting of pure palay grains using semantic segmentation. If you have time, you can visit our booth under the DOST6 booth. And ways forward, we will be integrating this segmentation with our grain metadata in order to automatically estimate percent purity. So no more guessing game for our classifiers. It can automatically tell whether it's purity A, purity B, whether the farmer will be happy or a bit happy only. So later, we'd also want to work on recognizing other defects in the grain and eventually deploy PAL AI for real-time field and rice mill inspection. Because beyond research, we want PAL AI to reach its intended users, such as the farmers, the government, the rice mill, and the quality inspectors. Because we believe that smarter grading results to fairer trading. So in behalf of the PAL AI team, we'd like to thank the DOST Region 6 Western Visayas for supporting this project, and PAL AI, smarter grading for fairer trading. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Monalyn L. Oloroso, for introducing us to PAL AI and its role in assessing palay grain purity. Our next speaker is a researcher and chairperson of the Information and Communication Technology or ICT unit at Aklan State University, Ibahay campus. His research interests include artificial intelligence, machine learning, computer vision, intelligent information systems, and Internet of Things-enabled technologies. His work explores the application of AI to agriculture, with particular emphasis on natural fiber classification and quality assessment, as well as intelligent systems for education and digital transformation. He has supervised undergraduate research and innovation projects, recognized in regional and national competitions. Through research, extension, and academic collaboration, he promotes the responsible and practical application of artificial intelligence to address real-world challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chairperson of Information and Communications Technology at Aklan State University, Mr. Jess Z. Masula.
Ayan, ayat nga hapon katong tanan. Again, good afternoon, honored guests, fellow innovators, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, I'd like to ask you a simple question. What do you see? Most people would simply say it's just a bundle of abaca fiber. But to thousands of Filipino farmers, this is much more than that. It represents long hours under the sun, it represents a family livelihood, and it represents hope. Hope that after their effort, they will receive a fair price. But unfortunately, that doesn't always happen. Many farmers produce high-quality fibers, yet they are paid same price as lower quality fibers because grading is still done manually. Today, my team from Aklan State University is here to change that. Before we talk about our solution, let's first understand why this matters. The Philippines supplies more than 85% of the world abaca fiber. Here in Aklan, abaca and piña are more than agricultural products. They are part of our culture, our heritage, and our economy. Our piña weaving tradition is recognized by UNESCO, and our Aklan piñas earn recognition as a geographical indication. Behind every beautiful textile is a farmer, and behind every farmer is a grading system that has changed very little over the years. So today, farmers face 4 challenges. Many are forced into all-in selling, where high quality and low quality fibers are sold together. As a result, they lose the premium price they deserve. Another challenge, the limited availability of licensed fiber classifier, especially in remote area. Most likely in Aklan, there are only one licensed classifier. Manual grading is also slow, and because it depends on human evaluation, results can sometimes vary. The result is simple. Farmer earn less, transaction take longer, and the entire natural fiber industry become less efficient. The problem isn't the quality of our fiber. The problem is that quality isn't recognized fairly. This is just a grading problem. It's a livelihood problem. Farmers lose income, cooperatives struggle with record keeping, buyers wait longer. Government agencies lack reliable digital data for planning and decision making. When grading is slow and inconsistent, everyone is affected. So the question became, how can we make fiber grading faster, more accessible, and more transparent? That question inspired us to build Linea. Linea is an AI-powered mobile application that helps the farmer classify natural fiber, estimate their grade, and receive a fair price recommendation, all within seconds. Imagine you're a farmer who has just finished preparing your abaca fiber. Instead of waiting for a licensed classifier, you will simply open the Linea app and take a photo of your fiber. Within seconds, the application analyzes the fiber, identifies the grade based on PILFIDA standard, and provides an estimated market price. Simple, fast, and accessible. What makes Linea valuable is not just the technology. It's the opportunity it creates. It's to help a farmer better understand the value of their harvest. It helps make grading more consistent, and it brings expert-level fiber grading closer to the communities that need it most. Because at the end of the day, our goal is not to justify or classify fiber. Our goal is to help farmers receive the value they deserve. Now let me show you how simple the entire process. Using Linea is as easy as taking a picture. First, the farmer captures an image of the fiber using a smartphone. Next, our AI analyzes the texture and the color. The application then determined the appropriate fiber grade. Finally, Linya displays both the grade and the estimated market price. What used to take a several minutes through a manual inspection can now be completed in just seconds. Simple enough for farmers, powerful enough to support the industry. But an innovation only valuable if it is accurate and trusted. So how we did make sure Linya works? A great idea is only valuable if it works in the real world. That's why we didn't stop at building a prototype. We tested it, we validated it, and we continuously improving it. Our AI model was trained and validated over more than 40,000 fiber images. During our initial testing, Linya achieved 93% classification accuracy, demonstrating its ability to identify fibers based on PILFIDA standard. But for us, number are only part of the story. We also presented Linya to PILFIDA Region 6 to pilot demonstration and gathered feedback from farmers and industry stakeholders. The response was encouraging. They recognized Linya as practical solution that could make fiber grading faster, more consistent, and more accessible. Our work was also recognized nationally when Linya became the champion of Digi AgriHack Innovation Challenge 2025. That recognition was our confidence that Linya has the potential to create real world, not just in competition, but in the lives of our Filipino farmers. But the real measure of innovation is not the award it receives. It's the people it helps. Let me show you the impact Linya can create. At the heart of Linya, it's not the artificial intelligence. It's the people. Let's begin with our farmer. By making fiber grading faster and more consistent, farmers have a better opportunity to receive fair prices based on the actual quality of their harvest. For cooperatives, Linya simplifies record keeping through digital reports and standardized grading, making operation more efficient. And the government agencies, it provides valuable digital data that can support agricultural planning, monitoring, and policy development. In short, Linya creates value for everyone in the natural fiber ecosystem. It empowers farmers, it strengthens cooperatives, it supports government initiatives, and together, it helps build a more transparent, efficient, and sustainable fiber industry. Creating impact is our mission, but ensuring that impact lasts for years to come requires a sustainable business model. Let me show you how Linya will grow. Creating impact is important, but for Linya, continuing helping farmers also need a sustainable business model. That is why we design a model that creates a value for every stakeholder. For a farmer, Linya is free, allowing them to classify fiber and receive price estimate without any cost. For cooperatives, we offer subscription that includes advanced features such as member management, digital report, and analytics. For enterprise, we provide customized integration and technical support to fit their business operation. And for the government agency, Linya can be adopted through institutional licensing, training, and deployment to support standardized digital fiber grading. This approach allows us to keep the technology accessible for farmer while building sustainable partnership that will support Linya for the long-term growth. So for our competitive advantage, every innovation should answer one question: what makes it better? Traditional fiber grading has served the industry for many years, but it's still manual. Process can be time-consuming, paper-based, and dependent on the availability of licensed classifier. Linya builds on that process by making it faster, more accessible, and more transparent. Instead of waiting several minutes for manual grading, results can be generated in just a few seconds. Instead of relying on paper records, grading results are stored digitally for easy tracking and reporting. It is to provide them and our farmer with a digital tool that makes grading more efficient and more accessible. Because we believe technology should not replace expertise. It should be extend its reach to the communities that need it the most. And with that advantage come to a significant opportunities. A great solution also need a market that is ready for it. Fortunately, the opportunity is already here. The Philippines produce more than 85% of the world's abaca fiber with over 40,000 metric tons produced every year. That represent thousands of farmers, cooperatives, traders, processors, and government agencies who help on efficient and reliable fiber grading. These are the people we aim to serve. But we know that a meaningful innovation cannot be succeeded alone. This is why we envision working closely with partners such as PhilFIDA, the Department of Agriculture, the DTI, DOST, and the local government unit, and the non-government organization. Together, we believe we can make digital fiber more accessible and help strengthen the Philippine natural fiber industry. Okay, at the beginning of the presentation, I asked you a simple question. What do you see? Perhaps at first, it was simply a bundle of abaca fiber. But now, I hope you see something more. I hope you see the farmer behind every stand, the long hours of hard work, the dedication of produced quality fiber, the family whose livelihood depends on every harvest, and the opportunity for technology to make it real difference. Linya is more than an AI-powered application. It's a tool that helps farmers better understand the value of their harvest. It supports cooperatives through standardized and digital grading. It provides government agency with valuable data to strengthen the natural fiber. Because when technology is designed with people at the center, innovation becomes more than just an idea. Every stand tells a story. Our mission is to make sure every farmer receives that value of that story. Thank you so much. We have a booth outside to test the application. Again, thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jess Z. Masula, for showing us Linya and how AI is now classifying our natural fibers. Our next speaker is a faculty member at Iloilo Science and Technology University under the Computer Science Department of the College of Science and Informatics. He holds a PhD in computer science from Dankook University, where his research spanned big data storage systems, including LSM tree storage engines, learned indexes, tiered storage, and data compression, as well as data visualization, machine learning, and predictive AI models. His current research focuses on natural language processing, or NLP, and large language models, or LLMs. He teaches across the ICT curriculum and brings hands-on experience from the technology field to his work. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the Iloilo Science and Technology University, Assistant Professor, College of Computing and Informatics, Dr. Charles D. Haranilla.
Good afternoon. So the previous presentations, though medyo, those are for the community. Let's step back for a bit. I apologize in advance, but my presentation is a bit more technical. So, of course, as we know, AI takes the stage. But with all the models, with all the architecture, the efficiency is still based on the storage layer underneath. So may I present to you a joint work during my time in Dankook University's System Software Laboratory. It's a framework for integrating log-structured merge trees and key-value separation in tiered storage. So as we as you know, we have at one end we have the relational databases. SQL, we have tables, schemas, joins. They are rich queries with strict structures. And on another end, for NoSQL, is about key value stores, wherein it's a very simple key value technique. So for big data, key value stores is de facto standard because it processes well with regards to unstructured data. And large companies like Google, they have their own key value store called LevelDB, Meta, which uses RocksDB, or they created rather RocksDB, and Apache's Cassandra. This work uses RocksDB as the baseline. So why key value stores? So it's simple, it's flexible, and it has low latency access to large amounts of data. And with it using LSM trees, so it has high write throughput, it has efficient lookups, and of course, its design fits with our traditional SSDs. That is a benefit for our data centers. So let's take a look at the structure of the LSM tree being implemented in key value stores. So we have here a hierarchical model. So when data is being written into the key value stores, they are written as key value pairs, and the writes go through mem tables. So these mem tables are in memory, and then it has a process called flush, wherein from the memory, it goes, or the data goes into the persistent storage with the hierarchy of levels, from level 0 up to the bottom levels. And for each level, for data to transfer, there's a process called compaction, which is merge sorting of the data that is stored in sorted string tables or SS tables. And for each compaction process, it reclaims place, but it consumes CPU and I/O. And for lookups, key value stores also use the same method, the top to bottom approach, wherein it first checks the mem tables and then the level 0 downwards. Now, one prominent technique for improving key value performance is called key value separations, wherein keys are separated from their values, because keys are smaller. Mostly they are just 128 bytes, while values are by default commonly 200 bytes in LevelDB and RocksDB. So by separating them on flush, so keys go to the LSM tree, wherein the hierarchy still stands, while values are directly sent into another part of the storage. And in this case, only keys are sorted within the levels. So the benefit of this is that only the keys that are smaller are being managed during compactions, which from the previous slide, it consumes I/O, it consumes CPU and also needs I/O. So with that, it lowers amplification, write amplification, and also the problem with this, so as a trade-off, it costs another request for the lookup, because the lookup, instead of getting both keys and values in one request, it needs to find the key first, and then once it finds the keys, instead of returning to the user, it will need to find the value again, which is already mapped, which requires another I/O. We call this in our study double I/O. So in another part of the spectrum, we have the hardware, the storage hardware for usually NVMe and SATA SSDs that are used in our data centers. So as we can see here, NVMe is much faster but more expensive than SATA SSD. So the goal here is to keep most of the data in cheaper SSDs while having the performance similar to an all NVMe system. Most storage systems use a tiered storage approach wherein there's a hierarchy of heterogeneous devices. For example, the NVM, which is the fastest, you have the NVMe, SATA SSD, and hard disk drives. So for top tiers, it's faster but more pricier, and in the lower tiers, it's slower but of course it's cheaper. So since the LSM3 has the notion of hot and cold already, so it maps seamlessly into a tiered hierarchy of storage. So for our design, so we present two structural properties. First, we split the LSM3 per level into different storage devices, and then another one is to split keys from their values using key value separation. For the motivation, so the first motivation of this is, as mentioned, the NVMe is much faster than SATA SSD, as you can see here, for both writes and reads based on their average latency. The second motivation of the study is that with the LSM3 being hierarchical, so both writes and reads start from memtables and then going through the level 0. And since level 0 is always checked first, most of the files or the data is found in the level 0. That means that even though there are lots of SS tables found in the lower levels, the lookup doesn't need to go that deep because it already has it already gets what it needs from the higher levels. So level 0 is cheap to keep fast, but it's expensive to keep slow. And the third motivation is the double I/O, which makes read-heavy work pay for key value separation. So as you can see here, as compared to RocksDB, BlobDB, which is its version of key value separation, it has 31% higher average read latency. So to mitigate that, we have the first approach is the vertical alignment, which we put all the keys in NVMe and all the values on SATA SSD. So it leans into cost because as you know, the values are much bigger than the keys. But the trade-off, so every value read and write crosses to the slower device, which is SATA. And the horizontal approach, we use different storage device in each of the levels. So for example here, we have NVMe in level 0, which still has the keys and the values, and then we use SATA for the rest of the levels. So the costs stay low, and the colder levels, which has the majority of the data, they remain on the SATA. So it doesn't it mitigates a trade-off in performance because again, most of the hot data is within the level 0. And this approach, or the horizontal alignment, doesn't necessarily mean that we have to use SATA in all the remaining levels. So the user is able to decide by themselves if they want to use, for example, level 0 and level 1 in NVMe SSD and then the rest of the levels in SATA, or they can stagger it like level 0 in NVMe, level 1 in SATA, so on and so forth. And we upgrade, or we use selective key value separations to mitigate the trade-offs in key-value separations, wherein level 0 has keys and values together, so we don't separate them. And for the rest of the levels, we use the key-value separation approach. So this mitigates the trade-off for key-value separations for the double I/O because most of the requests are found in level 0. And again, the user can choose if they want to have the key-value separations in level 1 or level 2 or level 3, depending on their use case. So for the results of our experiments, we use the Yahoo Cloud Serving benchmark, or the YCSB, which is the standard for experimenting with key-value stores. And for read-heavy workloads, B, C, and D, so the horizontal alignment matches the ones for BlobDB and on NVMe, since most requests are on the fast device. And for write-heavy workloads, so both approaches are faster than the one for SATA SSD. And this is where we were also surprised ourselves, because one of the weaknesses for key-value separation is the range query. But in our case, since we don't need to map, we have its performance 1.8 times faster. So it is faster than the median, and we didn't stop by just getting the average performance. We also get the worst case scenarios for tail latencies, and as you can see here, the fastest approach is the horizontal alignment while keeping the cost 49.5% lower, because 95% of the data is in cheaper SATA SSD. So to conclude, this framework offers near NVMe performance at roughly half the storage cost, and it unifies the horizontal for the per level approach and the vertical key value placement across tiers. We use selective key value separation to mitigate the weakness of key value separation, and because we built it on RocksDB with no storage stack changes with regards to SPDK, FTL, or the file system itself, the users will be able to use their whatever storage device they want to use in their system. So for future work, we intend to offload cold data remotely, and actually one of the related papers was accepted last month and will be presented in a top-tier conference in Boston by the end of August in BLDB, which uses AI to, for lookups, uses AI instead of searching. It predicts the position of data within the storage layer. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charles D. Haranilla, for that deep dive into tiered storage and the systems that keep our data running efficiently behind the scenes. Our next speaker is a food technologist, science and technology fellow too at DOST Caraga, and PhD graduate in food technology from Massey University, New Zealand, whose work bridges research, government, academia, and industry to advance food innovation in the Philippines. She leads the Food Innovation Consortium of Caraga, or CFIC, spearheading regional initiatives such as the FAST Framework for MSME Food Innovation, co-authoring the Caraga Food Innovation Roadmap and CFIC Strategic Plan 2026 to 2028, and co-developing TataSense, an AI-enabled sensory intelligence platform that won the national winner and Best Presenter Award at the DOST Wadwani Ignite Techpreneurship Program, an accomplished researcher with publications in leading international journals, and a book chapter on food protein digestion. She has delivered over 50 technical trainings and keynote lectures, earned prestigious recognitions, including the DOST Caraga Most Innovative Employee Award, Young Scientist Awards, and the New Zealand Manaki Scholarship. to present on an AI-enabled app for sensory evaluation that benefits MSMEs and FICs. Let us welcome on stage Dr. Mariero H. Gawat.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I think it's very late now for today, but I hope you bear with me. We'll be talking definitely about food. So I'll be presenting TaraSense and AI-powered sensory intelligence for smarter food innovation. And I think for today, you have seen a lot of presentations in a lot of industries. But let me take you to something very close to our heart, and that is your food. So don't you know that if you will sell a product in the market, there's a 30 to 49% that it will fail. And you don't want that to happen, right? And don't you know that taste is the #1 indicator for a repeat buyer? So my point here is that sensory or the product quality when it comes to taste is very important for the success of our product. Of course, it's not just the reason why it would succeed, but it is very important. Now, let me take you a little bit deeper in the world of sensory science, because sensory is strategy when it comes to food innovation. Let's take, for example, your chocolate, okay? So for chocolate, if you intensify the chocolate flavor, bitterness dominates. But if you pull it a little bit backward, the sensory depth would also diminish. Now, the question is, what type of chocolate do you want? And how will you achieve that? Or what does your customer really wanted? Okay, so that's about sensory evaluation. And now when you go to bigger companies, don't you know that sensory plays a very important role when you try to reformulate a product? Let's say Pepsi, for example. They wanted to remove all artificial ingredients from their products last year. But of course, if you change the formulation of your Pepsi, you still wanted that Pepsi to taste like your Pepsi or your Gatorade. And again, the strategy is keeping the sensory quality. Now, I think I would be very glad to share to you that DOST also doing a lot of things when it comes to food innovation. So for the Philippines, I hope some of you here actually know food innovation centers. So food innovation centers, every region in the country, we have one food innovation center. And I'm proud to say that in Caraga, we have more than one. Okay? So what are food innovation centers? These are R&D hubs for food innovation. And again, when it comes to food innovation, you need to consider that the products that you're producing are marketable. But I would like to ask you, have you seen a product in the market or have you bought a product in the market na galing sa mga research natin so far? I hope you've seen some of them, no? Because our challenge, even in Caraga, is that we have somehow very low number for commercialization. So for food innovation centers as well, we work closely with our MSMEs. Because our MSMEs, they are the ones who are already selling products, right? But as we work with them, we realize that there's a bottleneck when it comes to product development process. Why? Because MSMEs have these questions. How can I improve my product? What does the consumer want? And then how can I gather customer feedback easily? So we taught them a little bit of the sensory evaluation process or the product development process because MSME needs consumer data. But product development process, if you're a researcher, a food technologist, or a food scientist, requires you to do sample testing, sensory evaluation, and that process is quite laborious. You need 50, 100, or more than that to really understand what the market really wanted. So for product development process, you collect data, you do sensory evaluation, you analyze your data, and you interpret that data. But for our MSMEs, who are helping them? For our food innovation centers, yes, we do have this process, but how are we conducting that? So for us, we saw that pain point for a lot of our MSMEs and food innovators That is why we asked them, what are they using at the moment? They're using papers to collect data. They use Excel sheets to analyze results or SPSS or other softwares. But I think with the evolution of our technology, with AI and others, we need to step up the way we do food innovation, not just in Caraga, but in the whole country. So we presented a solution, and that is TaraSense. So what is TaraSense? TaraSense is an AI-enabled platform in which you collect data from your customer, and then you analyze it. Oh no, not you. You will not analyze it. AI will analyze it for you. And with your data that you collected, AI will interpret the result. So Tara means test, analyze, refine for you to advance your product. Again, we are just talking about food products here, but we can scale it up. So in summary, how does TaraSense work? So you create a study, a sensory study, you publish and invite people to join the consumer testing. Participants will evaluate the product using their cell phones or tablet. Data is collected in real time. You can see how many people you still need, like probably 50 or 100. And then AI will, of course, analyze and make better decisions. And again, AI will not replace you. AI will really facilitate in how you can analyze your data and really make important decisions when it comes to improving your product. So currently, we have workspace for consumers, innovators, or FICs, and our other food research facility. So you can talk to us or connect with DUST Caraga if you really wanted to know more about TaraSense. It may look a little bit easy, but to be honest, it's not that easy. We work a lot with MSMEs at the moment. So again, TaraSense has data analytics, AI interpretations, and recommendations for the data that you gathered from your customers. So what TaraSense at the moment, we have deployed this. By the way, we just started working with TaraSense since April, and then we have deployed it through our FICs and MSMEs. And to be honest, I thought this is quite easy, but it's not. You need to explain to your customers what are they doing. You really need to understand still that sensory evaluation is a science. You need to control things that you need to control. But at the end of the day, since there's AI and there's a platform in which we can collect information, this will be a little bit easier for you. And we are just starting, no? So what we learned so far for working with AI for food innovation, AI can unlock insights hidden in customer feedback. AI can democratize advanced sensory science, making it accessible to MSMEs, researchers, and food innovation centers. And AI plus sensory evaluation enables industries create products people truly want. So in summary, what are we trying to build here? We are not just building a platform that collects data, analyze it. We're actually building an ecosystem for food innovation in which AI, with its power, can really unlock how we do product innovations. So you might be thinking, yes, you are working with small, medium enterprise who are making banana chips. But the question is, are they really making the best banana chips for the Philippines? Because we're really looking forward for Philippine products being exported outside the country. So again, we use TaraSense to enable a food innovation center that is smart and AI-enabled. And with me, of course, is my DOS Caraga team. I'm really fortunate to be supported by my regional director, Engineer Noel Ahok, and of course, the IT behind this one. We're just working this part-time within our regional office because we are not a research institution. But to mind you, the UST regional offices, we are the institutions that really would go out to help our communities using the science that we have. Again, this is TaraSense telling you that sensory is strategy. We're starting with food, and we can scale it up to other products. Because when it comes to innovation, real impact is defined by commercialization, of course. So thank you so much, and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mariero H. Gawat, for presenting TaraSense, an AI-enabled sensory evaluation app for MSMEs and FICs. To close out our innovation colloquium, we welcome back the Regional Director of the Department of Science and Technology, DOST Caraga, where he leads the mainstreaming of science, technology, and innovation to accelerate sustainable, inclusive, and innovation-driven regional development. Under his leadership, the DOST Caraga has become a regional front-runner in advancing artificial intelligence, smart and sustainable communities, circular economy, and startup ecosystem development. Our next speaker provides strategic leadership in developing the Caraga Artificial Intelligence Roadmap and in implementing initiatives that strengthen AI capabilities among businesses, government institutions, and DOST regional offices. A metallurgical engineer by profession with expertise in gold processing, he brings extensive experience in technology management, innovation governance, research and development, and technology-based entrepreneurship. He earned a professional master's degree in technology management from the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, pursued graduate studies in applied mathematical science at the Mindanao University of Science and Technology, and obtained his Bachelor of Science in Metallurgical Engineering from the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. Prior to his appointment as Regional Director in 2022, he served in various leadership positions within DOST Caraga, including Provincial Science and Technology Director of Agusan del Norte and Supervising Science Research Specialist. Once again, the Regional Director of the Department of Science and Technology, Caraga Region, let's welcome Engineer Noel M. Aho.
Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Imagine you are working in a local government unit in a fifth-class municipality. Or imagine if you are a small business having a small website. How can you use AI to help you in serving your people as a local government unit, or coming up with an AI-enabled website, a customer-facing chatbot? For most of the local government unit, it is beyond the reach, number one, because they do not have the people who are capable of developing AI-enabled apps, and the same with the MSMEs. That's why we come up with the idea of simplifying access and use of AI by the local government units. Think about it. Think about this. There are 1,493 municipalities in the country, 149 cities, 82 provinces, and more or less 18 RDCs. But how would the constituents of the community knows what are the ordinances, what are the laws, what are the services their local government units have? I know almost all of you do not even know what are the ordinances, what are the services in your city, because it's difficult to access them. Yes, you have websites, but oftentimes these websites are not updated. And ordinances are only readily available in the Sangguniang Panlalawigan. And if you look at our MSMEs, we have around 109,000. Small, I did not include micro, and close to 10,000 medium and large enterprises. These small enterprises will find it difficult to develop your own AI-enabled app, customer-facing applications. That's why we come up with the idea of not inventing a new AI model. Marami na pong nag-present sa atin, they are developing AI models, very advanced technology, but at the end of the day, it's about how are we going to use the AI models available now. If you look at Hugging Face, where most of the open source models are uploaded, do you know that around 70,000 models are uploaded every single month? Right now, there are approximately 3 million AI models. But the question is, how are we going to use these AI models available to us? That's on top of the commercial models that like the OpenAI GPTs and Geminis and Anthropic. When in fact, there are available models. So in Caraga, we are not thinking of developing models because in the first place, that's not our mandate. Our job is to make sure that there will be abundance of intelligence in our LGUs, in our MSMEs, and in our communities. So, how does this Helix product work? So, we have a lot of documents in our LGUs, local ordinances and services, and even tourism sites, but they are usually in the computers and oftentimes in papers. So, also, if you will use chatbots na mga available, there's a possibility that it will hallucinate. And as I've said, it's difficult for them to develop it on their own. So, paano malaman ng mga tao ang services ng mga local government units? Nakausapin na lang nila, it's a chat na lang. So, na-develop namin itong app na to. It's a very simple app. Pag gamitin mo siya, you just put a very short script in your website and voila, it will work. Now, of course, you have to provide the data. But we know that it's difficult also to parse the data, meaning to convert our PDFs and scan and convert it into text. So we come up with a workflow that you will upload your data. We will teach you how to prepare your data. And then you just submit it, and then it will now be integrated into the database, and you can use it as a chatbot. So, how these things work? So, we call it an hybrid retrieval augmented generation model. Actually, what we did is to also use the technology of ASTI through Sir Elmer na nag-present kanina called Itanong. And we also have a backup database. So actually, it's a hybrid retrieval augmented generation where we use both semantic search and keyword search. And I will give you an example. So this is an example of how this chatbot will be used. So we are working with the local government units of Caraga. We're working with Butuan City, and in the next few months, we will be working with 25 local government units who will be using the app. And the Tara Sense that was presented by Dr. Maro actually is using this technology. So, this is an example of how it will work. So, if you have a website like this, for example, Tara Sense, you can integrate it in your website. Kasi minsan, ang problema pag may website, hindi alam ano yung information na ilagay ng ating mga constituents. Kasi hindi lahat, tulad sa atin, na knowledgeable on IT, on computer science, and that they're not even educated. So, they can ask the website on how to fill it up. They can also ask any information related to the website. So, any website can use this app. So, for example, for a city like Butuan City, so what you're going to do is integrate it in their website, and then when you click it, you will be able to chat all the ordinances and all the information related to the local government units. And with that, we are asking you to help us disseminate this app. We are not asking you for anything. We will provide it for free. And we hope that all our local government units will be able to use AI in advancing their services. So under the Helix product, with the support of the DOST ASTI through the Itanong technology, we would like to turn institutional knowledge into conversational AI. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Engineer Noel M. Ahok. That ends our speaking session for this afternoon.
All right, so from urban spaces to mobility to epidemics to palay, fiber, storage, and sensory evaluation, what a colloquium that was. We hope everyone has opened their minds to the endless fields where AI can be utilized. Now, we open the floor to your questions for any of our presenters today. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. There you go. We have one gentleman there who would like to ask a question. Kindly state your name, your company or affiliation, and the presenter you are addressing your question to.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Kervin B. Untalan from Food Technology Department of Bukidnon State University. And my question is for Dr. Gawat. It catch my attention because of your topic, ma'am. So it's very interesting because I'm in the field of food technology also. My question is, sensory evaluation data are inherently influenced by several sources of variability. And then it includes environmental conditions during testing, as well as the psychological, physiological, and emotional state of participants. How does TaraSense account for those sources of variation and identify or manage outliers to ensure that the AI-generated insights remains accurate, reliable, and scientifically valid?
Thank you so much for that beautiful question, sir. Yes, so first thing, what I realized really when I tried to implement TaraSense, that we really should involve our food innovation centers, because our food innovation centers, they have these researchers, right, food technologists, who really know how to do sensory evaluation and really understands what are the requirements for sensory evaluation protocols. So that's why in TaraSense, you have an option for FIC Manage Sensory Evaluation Study, in which an MSME or a food researcher can coordinate with an FIC for a project so that they can collaborate together and all the protocols will be followed. And also you have a self-managed one. For the self-managed one, I'm currently in Caraga. I have been training a lot of MSMEs how to conduct sensory evaluation. So first thing that I really understand is that when you try to create this kind of setup, you need to create a system in which people really understand what they're doing. It's not just you're just giving the app and let them use it. You really need to tell them what are they doing, because yes, that's correct. AI is only more of interpreting what you're giving to them. But if you're giving them data that's not valid, then your results is not very good, right? And also when it comes to, yes, you're correct as well, when it comes to data, the validity of the data. So AI, because it's powerful now, and we also put a lot of systems on it in which it can detect, let's say, anomalies within the data that you gathered. So of course, if you do data analysis, right, if you're a statistician, you understand outliers and some stuff. So we also put that in the system so that AI will prompt you that out of this 500 or 100 data that we got, there's one or two that is quite abnormal. So that's why when it comes to TaraSense, the individual or someone who conducted the study should really be working with AI like people working with AI when it comes to this platform. And I hope I answered your question, but yes, I understand that there's still a lot of barriers for us to really do this and have this to our MSMEs na kaya na lang. Because at the end of the day, sensory evaluation is still a science.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Dr. Gawat, for answering the question. Who would like to ask a question? Second one. I think we can only entertain three questions for our open forum. So anyone in the room would still like to ask a question? No one? Oh, there you go. All right, we have one delegate who would like to ask a question. Sorry. So, who among you would like to ask a question? I think I saw one over there. Am I correct? No? I think that brings us to the close of our open forum. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for listening, and thank you for being inquisitive and curious about all the presentations that our speakers have presented. And now, we give one final round of appreciation to close out today's Innovation Colloquium. We would like to award our certificate of appreciation to our distinguished and respective speakers for the Innovation Colloquium, which we had just a while ago. We have Dr. Joel P. Ilaw for the topic, The Titan Story and DLSU ADRIC's AI Research to Innovation Program and Urban Spaces and Agriculture. To award our certificates, we have Dr. Maureen Nettie N. Linan, Co-Chair, AI Technical Conference, Iloilo Science and Technology University. Once again, we have Dr. Joel P. Ilaw. To receive his certificate is Dr. Cyrus B. Gumari, who discussed the topic CIRMO, Intelligent Mobility Solutions for the Future. Thank you very much. We also have Dr. DJ Darwin R. Bandoy, the role of AI and genomics in modern epidemic intelligence. He will be followed by Mr. Elmer Peramo, who talked about TED Talk, Disaster and Weather Prediction AI Models. We also have our certificate for Engineer Monalyn L. Oloroso, who discussed Palay, an AI-based system for Palay grain purity assessment. Same certificate will be awarded to Mr. Jess Z. Masula, who discussed about Linea, AI-powered natural fiber classifier. Also receiving his certificate is Dr. Charles D. Haranilia, who discussed a framework for integrating log-structured merge trees and keys value separation in tiered storage. To be followed by Dr. Marrero H. Gawat, who discussed TaraSense, an AI-enabled sensory evaluation app for MSMEs and FICs. And we have Engineer Noel M. Ahok, who discussed about Helix, a website integrated chatbot. Once again, let's give our speakers a warm round of applause. Thank you to our Innovation Colloquium speakers who shared their expertise and their knowledge to make our AIFest 2026 even more meaningful. Thank you as well, Dr. Maureen Nettie Linan, for giving them or awarding them the certificates of appreciation. Thank you very much, our Innovation Colloquium speakers. Wow, what a truly fruitful day we had. From 9 o'clock in the morning up until now, we truly had a great day with all our speakers, with all the topics we discussed, and of course, thank you very much for your cooperation, all our delegates in this hall. Oh, a round of applause for everyone, please. Thank you for staying. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. for your curiosity and for your, of course, your thought-provoking questions which you gave a while ago. Today, we heard from voices across the region and around the world, reminding us that an AI-ready future isn't something we wait for. It's something we build together through governance, through creativity, through science, and through the everyday innovations happening right here in our communities. Thank you for spending another remarkable day with us at AIFest 2026. Rest up, Western Visayas, because tomorrow we close this year's fest with a big bang. We'll see you then. Have a wonderful evening, everyone, and see you tomorrow for the day 3 of AIFest 2026.
you.